Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We will call the meeting to order this morning at 9:04. Just a note, we had some feedback after our last meeting that if you are speaking, please remember to use your mics and speak into your mic. For those that are trying to watch, apparently the organizational meeting, there was a lot of quiet time, and it looked like we were talking, but just make sure to push your button and talk into your mics, please. We'll start off with the adoption of the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Seeing none. Claus?
I'll move the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Claus. Claus has moved for the adoption of the agenda as presented. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Moving down, adoption of the minutes. We have two sets of minutes before us. Start with number one, the County Council meeting minutes of the October 20th council meeting. Any errors or omissions? Eric?
I'll move the County Council meeting minutes from October 22nd.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved for the adoption of the County Council meeting minutes from the October 20th, 2022 meeting as presented. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And moving down, we also have the minutes from our organizational meeting, the 20th of October, 2022. Any errors or omissions in those minutes? Lauren? Thank you, Lauren. Lauren has moved the minutes of the October 20th, 2022 organizational meeting. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We do have a couple of timelines today. We have our public hearing set for 10 a.m. We have a 10:30 delegation, as well as an 11 o'clock delegation and an 11:30 delegation. So with that, we can start, move down to subdivision applications D. We can start off with subdivision application 2020, number 1, 2022-0-14700 Farms. And with that, I would introduce our Supervisor of Planning and Development, Hilary Jansen. And the floor is yours, Hilary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Council. We have 3 subdivision applications to review today with you. The first one is for 00 Farms, which is located just to the east of Highway 512 in the Stafford Reservoir area. They are requesting a reconfiguration of titles of 2 adjacent quarter sections. The quarter sections currently are at 272 acres. And they would like to consolidate and subdivide them to create a 200-acre and 72-acre parcels, respectively, separating the cultivated farmland from the grassland, pastureland, and farmyard. So with that, I will turn it over to Steve Hardy for the planning comments and the recommendation.
Morning, Steve.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Council. This application in front of you is a reconfiguration, realignments of agricultural titles subdivision. As you can see on the air photos in front of you, that the land there, especially on the southern portion, that there's a canal right-of-way ditch, which is the South Malloy Drain, intersects the southern pasture portion of the north half of the section, and fragments the agricultural land. There is an established farmyard with a dwelling situated in the very west, southwest corner, adjacent to the Highway 512, which would remain on the approximately 72-acre title. The yard area, just as a note, in this area has been there a long time. It's built up. It's not historically experienced any flooding and that sort of a thing due to the Malloy. There are no buildings on the northern agricultural portion, which involves some of that 200 plus acres of land, which is irrigated, cultivated land, and there's pivot systems on there. The access to the land is not affected by the realignment. The yard and the southern portion has access over to the West Highway 512, while the northern agricultural portion takes access from the North Municipal Road, Township Road 9-2. There's an undeveloped road allowance on the east side of the northeast quarter section. On the pasture land to the south, there's an agricultural bridge crossing in place over the right-of-way canal drain to provide physical access across and amongst the rear pasture land. That north half of the section there is affected by the SMRD, the canal, the Valois drain. It's a right-of-way, so that's registered in their name. So what we're dealing with here already existing is a situation where we have what we call titles in multiple parts. Many people think of a subdivision as just a lot being created, which is technically not correct. A subdivision is any realignment, reconfiguration of the boundaries or title area, or the description to a registered instrument, which could be a survey, could be a plan and description, it could be the way a title is described in multiple parts. And anytime we rearrange or change that from what the title, area, boundary, or description is actually what's technically called a subdivision, and which needs the municipality's approval and registration of land titles. So as a result of this realignment, we won't be changing an existing situation because of the SMRD owned title to the right-of-way. That'll still be an exception from the title as it currently is, and the titles would be, especially if the title for the southern almost 72 acre portion would be a title described in multiple parts. So overall, the proposal in front of you does meet the county's bylaw, the subdivision criteria for reconfiguration, realignment of agricultural titles. The parcel sizes resulting exceed the minimum parcel size required under the subdivision criteria of the bylaw. During the review, there was no objections or concerns received on the application. Alberta Transportation has no concerns with the access situation and has granted approval adjacent to 512 there. This is an area where historical resources approval comes into play. We did hear back from the Director of Historical Resources for the province, and due to what they're doing there and the reconfiguration for agricultural parcel sizes, they won't require Historical Resources Act approval, which would normally be required. As well, since the application was circulated out to you for your agenda, we hadn't heard formally back from SMRD yet, which we do have comments back now from them, and the SMRD has no objections or no concerns with what the applicants are doing here. So with that, I have made a recommendation to you for an approval subject to conditions. It does comply with the realignment, reconfiguration of titles and property lines for agricultural parcels in accordance with the land use bylaw. The resulting agricultural parcel sizes exceed the minimum required where there's exceptions on the title. Part of that approval would be subject to just the basic conditions. Taxes are paid and up to date. If required, a development agreement be entered into with the county. And the important condition, number 3, is that the titles and portions of land to be subdivided and consolidated to reconfigure the boundaries and areas of the 2 agricultural parcels be done by a plan prepared by a certified Alberta land surveyor in a manner such that resulting titles cannot be further subdivided without the approval of the subdivision authority. So on that basis, there are no easements required by any of the utility companies. But with those suggested conditions and compliance with the bylaw subdivision criteria, I have presented a recommendation of approval to you.
Thank you, Steve. Klaus?
Yeah, thank you,
No
Mr.
more?
Chairman. All that land that around there, is that non-farmable land?
On their land or the land
No,
adjacent to?
Yeah, on the outside going where the canal runs through and everything.
And Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Van der Veen, the southern portion is pasture land. So the northern portion of the 200 acres they're combining together is irrigated agricultural land. It's got pivots on there. And then that southern portion is pasture land.
Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a question, Steve. You're consolidating the house with the grassland titles?
Pasture land to the east.
So
Yeah.
that little piece that's in the middle there that belongs to the SMRD, does the land not have to touch each other to consolidate it?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it doesn't have to. Land, as I was saying earlier, everybody's picture in their mind is a parcel being contiguous with the boundary, but titles do not have to be contiguous. I just dealt with a subdivision in County of Warner where we were separating a title, and the title was 3 miles apart from each other. One was north of Raymond and the other piece was south of Raymond, and they were 3 miles apart, but it was one title, not physically touching, and it had to come to municipality for subdivision approval to separate those. So it's when the title is affected. So in this case, if you look at the title is what we call in multiple parts. So the SMRID canal part is accepted out of the title, and it's a plan described, and the title will describe the other portions, but it's all legally one title. And if they separate anything or they want to separate a site as a cutoff, they would have to come back to you as the subdivision authority to get permission to do that. So it's all legally bound together on the title. Is that way that currently, and in the end it'll stay that way.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so I'm wrap my head around this, what we're proposed right now is we have 2 full quarters, with the exception of the SMRD access, what the proposal is to actually divide it up into 2 parcels, just change the boundary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move that subdivision application 2022-0-147 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, Klaus. Klaus has moved the recommendation that subdivision application 2022-0-147 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call a question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Move down to item subdivision application 2, application 2022-0-152. Hillary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this particular subdivision application is on the county's behalf. This is parcel owned by Lethbridge County. It is the Diamond City Community Center, Park Site, and Truck Fill Station site within the middle of Diamond City. As you may recall in discussions previously with regards to the community hall specifically, there's been discussion about ownership of the community hall in Diamond City, and at the a council meeting previously, they had U.S. Council had agreed that to look into the subdivision of the community hall so that the Diamond City Community Hall Association could take over and the ownership and obviously continue on with the operations and maintenance of that particular facility. So this is the first step in that, is to facilitate the subdivision itself. And so what is being proposed is that the community hall and a bit of the associated land be subdivided off with a total of 0.72 acres in size. And it's obviously the community hall is contained within the northwest corner of that particular parcel of land. As you can kind of see on this image, it's a little bit hazy, but it's just on Underwood and Third Street. And with that, I will pass it off to Steve for the comments and recommendation.
As Mr. Chair, this application as described is made on behalf of the Lethbridge County The area we're subdividing for the community hall, which is on the 0.72 acres there in that very northwest, which includes their building and the parking lot. There's, you may maybe see in this overlay. So the playground area to the south, and then the park space land to the east there, and then the water truck fill station at the very east portion will remain on a 3.09 acre title, still to Lethbridge County in the municipality's name. The zoning of this parcel is Hamlet Public Institutional, and in that zoning there's no defined parcel size. It's whatever the subdivision authority deems is appropriate for the use. And the reason for that is for public institutional uses, whether it's a school or a hospital or a park space, or in this case community hall, that parcel size and how much parking is required and that sort of thing quite varies, so you can get various different parcel sizes. So you're really trying to just tie it to the suitability of the use and what's appropriate. And in this case, it's basically the building and the parking lot area, and I guess what the municipality has agreed to with the community association, what you're willing to transfer and what suits their needs. So the parcel size is totally at your discretion as what you see fit. So with that, the community hall is self-sufficient on the 0.72 acre parcel. Obviously, we have water and sewer municipal services there in the Hamlet of Diamond City. During the review of this application and the circulation, there were no objections or concerns received on it. It may seem odd, but just almost all the parcels in Diamond City we have to send to and receive clearance from the Historical Resources Director. This application, they have responded, and they don't require anything, which we sort of anticipated, but it is a process we have to undertake. So based on the application in front of you for the intended use for the existing community hall and their parking lot area, and with the parcel size being at your discretion, based on the public institutional zoning for the Hamlet, I have recommended approval to you. Because this is a Lethbridge County municipal owned parcel and it's basically your application, that the only conditions are that the final plan of survey be provided in accordance to what you approve, and if there was any easements that were required by either yourselves as Lethbridge County or the utility agencies be provided. We don't need the traditional taxes being paid and a development agreement, that sort of thing, because it is the county's land and it's the county's application, so you're in control of it, unlike maybe situations with private landowners and developers per se. So with that, I have recommended approval to you, just with those two basic conditions.
Thank you, Steve. Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. When do you have to look into it if it's a historical resource? Is it got to be at a certain age, or how do we go about that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Vanderveen, the province has pre-mapped and identified areas all across Alberta that they've flagged, and it's kind of on a quarter section level. They've identified the quarter section. And they've given different categories, so that's all been mapped. So we have that in our GIS systems. We pull up applications, we look. They have different categories from 1 to 5, and they have subdivision rules, and whether it's a category 1 or a category 3, if it needs the provincial approval or not, in different scenarios. If you're splitting a quarter section to like 280 acres, they'll have different rules than if you're doing a group country residential proposal and stuff. So there's just some criteria established by the province, and they've pre-flagged quarter sections across the province, and we just have to initially look at that mapping. If it's in that colored zone, then we have to contact the province. So
What are the reasoning for the province doing that way?
it's for them, Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Vanderveen, it's just for them when it goes to the director there, they look at it closer to see what it may be what the issue be, and if it's something that needs to be addressed or could be put off to the future if they don't think something's being disturbed. So, instance, sometimes in a hamlet, such as we have for Shaughnessy, Diamond City, it's some stuff related to the coal mining and some historical stuff with the coal mines and that sort of a thing. Sometimes when we're out on a coulee edge or something like that, it's because they might think there might have been a indigenous camp settlement there or teepee rings or something like that. Some of you on council might have called years back when we were doing the Kegler subdivision. There were some teepee rings on the edge there, so we had to adjust one of the lot boundaries to avoid disturbing those. We had to do a corner cut to avoid disturbing those teepee rings. And in some cases, it doesn't happen very often, but we've seen, haven't been so much in Lethbridge County, but some other municipalities, if you get to the Crow's Nest Pass or Pincher Creek, where they've had to stop or not commence on development until they've hired an archaeologist and gone and dug a dig just to see if they found more artifacts or things of that sort of stuff, which they report to the province before they can continue on with their development. So there's just different rules and criteria and stuff of just how you move forward, which would get the direction from the province on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Has there been a discussion with the Diamond City Community Association that this lot will be big enough for their proposed new building?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Van Essen. In the discussions that we had previously when we brought it forward to council and with the community association, this size would meet their needs. The current size of the building isn't necessarily the problem, it's just the current state of the building. So with the addition of the parking area, it was, and just given the other constraints on the parcel, this was felt to be adequate in terms of a new site. It's just about an acre in size, so that's more than adequate for their needs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, I'd like to move the recommendation, subdivision application 2022-0152 be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved the recommendation that subdivision application 2022-0-152 be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And our third subdivision application, 2022-0157. Hillary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For this final subdivision application, it is a first parcel out of an intact quarter section. They're asking to subdivide out a 5.93 acre parcel that follows the developed area of the existing yard. As you can see on the ortho photo, there's a well-defined farmyard on this particular parcel. And I'll just pull up the other map for you so you can see what that looks like. Oops. So this is what the proposed subdivision would look like. It really does follow the outline and the improvements, tree lines, and buildings on the existing farmyard. And with that, I will pass it off to Steve for the planning comments and the recommendation.
So as it describes, this parcel is to take the first subdivision out of the quarter section. It is for an existing farmyard. There's a well-established yard there in that very southeast corner that contains a dwelling. There's a garage, shop building, sheds, number of grain bins, and various other improvements on the parcel. The parcel boundary is irregular. In other words, it's not a square rectangle, because it does, as Hillary described, just follow that defined yard area and the tree shelter belts. And the area outside of the pivot there you can see on the agricultural land, they have a pivot on the agricultural portion of that quarter section. There will be no encroachment issues with the new proposed property line. There's services in place to the yard, and the on-site private septic field system is west of the dwelling and will be contained within the new title property boundaries for the yard once subdivided. The access to the parcel remains to the adjacent east municipal road allowance. So during this review of this application, there's no particulars such as abandoned wells or confined feeding operations, historical resources, those types of items that affect this application in front of you. As a subdivision of an existing farmyard, it does comply with your subdivision policies. The parcel size proposed at the 5.93 acres for the developed improvement yard portion area complies with the bylaw also. So with that, as a first parcel subdivision, no objections or concerns received on the application. I have recommended approval to you. When I first sent out the item for your agenda package, we hadn't heard from all the utility companies. Since there are no required easements that are required for this yard application. So with it meeting compliance with the bylaw, I have recommended approval to you with the conditions that their taxes are paid and up to date, that a development agreement be entered into with Lethbridge County if required, and that the applicant submits a final subdivision plan as prepared by an Alberta land surveyor. And the fourth was just that any easements required by the utility companies be established.
Thank you, Steve. Any questions from council? John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This looks like a very straightforward application, and therefore I'd like to move that the subdivision application 2022-0-157 be approved subject to conditions outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation. That subdivision application 2022-0-157 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. Any further discussion? Not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Anne?
Just in order to accommodate another time, I'm wondering if we can move H3 up to the next agenda item?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is that good, Jen? Okay. I'll just keep it there.
So with that, we can move down in our agendas under department reports. H3, corporate services. H3.1, Lethbridge and district exhibition request. And we have our manager of finance and administration, Jennifer Place, here for us this morning. Good morning, Jen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So before you is a report.
Just my agenda on my iPad is different than this one. Is there an update?
What are you missing? Are you missing something?
No, it's just got different numbers.
Oh, okay. If you hit refresh, it should be okay. Can you help him, George?
Okay, sorry.
No, that's okay. Do you want me to wait a moment?
Yep.
Go ahead, Jen.
Okay, thank you. At the October 20th council meeting, Mark Walkerton gave a presentation regarding the construction and financial status of the Lethbridge exhibition building project. Mr. Walkerton spoke to some of the anticipated cost overages that they've experienced related to the project and have made a request to council at that meeting for a $2 million grant or donation to help offset a portion of these cost overages. A couple recommendations have been made for council's consideration. I guess the two recommendations have been provided as the decision is outside of the parameters of the donation policy and is of a political nature for which administration did not feel it was appropriate to bring forward a recommendation in this case. A little bit of background, just as a reminder from the presentation that was presented by Mr. Walkerton. The Lethbridge and District Exhibition has been constructing a new agri-food hub and trade center at the Lethbridge Agricultural Grounds that can offer updated and sizable meeting spaces and can host large conferences and events that will help attract events and tourism to the area. Since the start of the project in 2020, some project overruns have been experienced, in addition to some project scope changes, such as the demolition and abandonment of the existing pavilions, which are slated for the summer of 2023. So due to some of these overages and changes, the Lethbridge and District Exhibition made a presentation with a request to council to make a contribution by way of grant in the amount of $2 million to put towards the capital project for the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center. It was noted in the presentation that the City of Lethbridge has made a contribution to the project of $25 million, and that the agricultural grounds, although within the city, are within close proximity of Lethbridge County and offer services utilized by the agricultural industry. Some pros and cons to providing the funding of the $2 million as requested. The pro would be that it would show support to the exhibition organization and help fund some of their cost overages. A con could be that it may be perceived as precedent setting. To deny the request, the pro would be that there would be no financial impact to the county. The con would be that it could delay project completion and possibly tarnish the relationship with the Lethbridge and District Exhibition. And lastly, council always has the option to determine an alternate amount up to the $2 million if they choose to. A smaller portion would show support of the Lethbridge and District Exhibition organization and help to fund a portion of the project cost overruns. And the con could be that, again, it may be perceived as precedent setting by making that contribution. As for financial impact, the county has a few projects in the queue that may impact and significantly reduce some of the county reserve balances depending upon funding allotments and grant opportunities. If this decision was made to offer grant funding to the exhibition, the funding could come from a reserve, and administration would propose it be the tax equalization reserve. As of this date, the balance within the reserve is just over $4.9 million, noting that this balance is subject to some change upon completion of year-end and finalizing other transfers.
Thank you very much, Jen. Any discussion from council? Claus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don't get me wrong, I'm not in favor of any of this. The only question I have is actually, why did they come to us now? Because they're going to be short of funds, and why haven't they come sooner? Because we are the ag food hub and everything like that, and we would want to be recognized for that. So I think that it would have been appropriate for them to come sooner with this proposal.
Anne?
I think it's a combination of things, and I just think that from the very beginning of the project that the county was not necessarily a partner, but I think that philosophically things have changed and that we're viewed more. So I'm not sure why it didn't happen till earlier, but it is nice to see that we are, because we're such an agricultural hub, now being so involved in the process. But I think it was just a change in direction, but it is nice to see that we are now being included.
Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Has there been any inquiry into making it a payment over multiple years, a 4-year plan or something? And is there, would that help them to a similar extent, knowing that it's coming, but giving us a few years to go through with it?
Jen?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Essen, this report was just based off of the presentation that was made, I guess, at the last meeting, and administration was just bringing back some alternatives based on that. It doesn't mean that we couldn't go back to them and see if there are other options available. It does sound like some of the project is extended out to the summer of 2023. I don't know how they'd feel about 4 years, but I couldn't speak to that.
In your opinion, would that be beneficial to the county to stretch it out versus pulling it out of reserves immediately?
I guess it would depend on what council decides, or how council decides to fund that difference, because if it's through taxation, then you're looking at an increase in taxation. If you're taking from reserves, over time there's a possibility that you could build those reserves up, but those funds also have to come from somewhere. So at the end of the day, unless there's a large surplus, I suppose it's kind of a wash.
Good, thank you.
Lauren and then John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think if we listen to what Mike had to say the other day, The government grant doesn't cover off any technology. So I think that he was kind of asking for money to go towards technology, if I got his presentation correct. But as far as the county goes, I guess if we consider ourselves part of the agri-food hub, I think the opportunity to increase the value to the county by having a space available to conduct trade shows and present seminars is almost invaluable to us. I know it's a lot of money and it's a big ask. I think we have to look towards the future of what the county wants to achieve in that area.
Thank you, Lauren. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that this project is something that is extraordinarily valuable to the region, and I think it is a very, very important thing that we do look at. I struggle with the ask and the county spending $2 million when one of the other topics on our agenda today specifically is taking a paved road and converting it to gravel. And from what I've seen in the agenda, the whole process behind that is for a cost-saving measure. So I really struggle with taking some of our citizens and saying, you no longer are going to have a paved road and we're going to take it to gravel and then in another breath giving $2 million to another society. And that's the one thing that I'm just having a hard time wrapping my head around.
Claus? Thanks, John.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think these are two unrelated issues here, and I think that this has nothing to do with our cost savings for our roads. I think this is a different ask that we have here, and that's why I would like to move that the county provide a donation. I would like to call it different and not a donation. I would like to be part of the ag building there, and that we have different wording than that we call a donation, and in the amount of $2 million for the Lethbridge District Exhibition to help fund the overruns, and that should probably be also a little bit different worded than that we're just there for the overruns, but that we're fully participating in the center. That's the way I would like to see it.
So perhaps provide a contribution in the amount of $2 million to the Lethbridge and District Exhibition as a, how would you like to word that then, Klaus? Like, I think you kind of want to get rid of the rest of that sentence, correct? So if you want to add what you want to add there, perhaps?
Yeah.
Some naming rights?
Yeah, maybe Candace wants to read something. Put something
Lauren?
out there and-
Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So would it be feasible then to have administration sit down with Mike and see exactly what they can do for us or what they want us to do for them, I guess, also? Like, it's too, to me, it's too wishy-washy to say, yes, right away, we'll give them $2 million. But I'm not opposed to the idea. It's just, as John has mentioned, how do we justify it when we are cutting back on other things?
Mm-hmm.
And I know they're unrelated in a way, but we have to look to the future too, so thank you.
Anne?
Yes, I agree with that. I think what we need as administration is clear direction on, is there an appetite from council on the donation of $2 million? If so, then if you give us direction to sit down with the exhibition and talk about it, what I've heard here is that if we do it, it's more of a partnership rather than a donation. Is that correct?
Klaus?
Yes, that is correct, and I think that if we word it different that way, and maybe we can direct administration to talk to the exhibition and say that we can have the wording a little bit different than a donation, and I think part of my motion is that we agree with giving the $2 million for the project.
Thank you.
Candace, does that, so I guess it would, clauses is recommending that county council will provide a contribution in the amount of $2 million to the Lethbridge and Districts Exhibition, and directs administration. Would you go down that road? To negotiate the terms of that contribution and the county's partnership in the agri-food hub?
Perfect.
Is that agreeable? And the sort, do you want a source, Jen?
Please.
To be funded from that,
From the,
Tax
Tax.
equity.
from the reserve,
Okay, thank you.
the
Tax
tax
equalization.
equalization reserve?
yes.
Thank you.
Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, in the event that it does go ahead, I'd really like to see some naming rights somehow, somewhere. I understand there is some space available for that yet, on a room or something. Let's have some recognition out of this. I don't have a good enough grasp on all the financials, how easily we can accommodate this. But yeah, it's like you say, we got some big expenditures in the queue line, and I am starting to have some concern on money flowing out versus coming in. So, thank you.
Klaus?
Yes, and the first part where you were talking about, I agree with that. It would be nice to be recognized for that one. So with the, would I have to amend my motion? I guess I can't because it's done already.
Oh, you could.
You have enough there to move ahead with that one. Okay, yeah. And with the second one, I would like to stick with the reserves, because I think that the money is there, and why would we do it in a different way? Well, it's possible to do it from our reserves, because it looks like there's plenty of room.
Thank you, Klaus. Any further discussion? Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't disagree with your motion. I would just like to see a few more details come from administration and Exhibition Park before I say yes or no to giving them $2 million. Like, what exactly are we giving the money for, and how would you be recognized?
Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's the point there, but administration needs to have some stuff to go to the exhibition that we, in principle, are okay with the $2 million. And I think that's an easier way for administration to come up with different wordings.
And
Anne and then Morris?
through you, Chair Reeve, Chair Reeve-Torrey. What I would say to Councillor Hickey is that we clearly know what council's intention is, and we would bring a report forward with all the details, but we can't do that yet until we have a conversation. But
Morris?
we do know what direction council is leaning.
Morris?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's the amount we have in the reserves, Sam?
About 4.9, I believe, is what I had in the report.
Just that he
Are
just
you thinking
one
the
reserve.
total reserve, sorry, or just that one reserve? Off the top of my head, around 30 million. Some of that is spoken for, I guess. Like, some of it is set up through local improvement tax that we pay down, I guess, through annual contributions. But yeah, we're around the 30 million, 28 to $30 million mark.
Just asking what's available.
Well, all of it is available by council's discretion, of course, but there is some assigned reserves for fleet management, public works, capital, information technology, like IT department. We have a couple other reserves per the reserve policy that state their purpose as well, but of course, council has the authority to do what they like with them. There's utility reserve, obviously, for future water and sewer capital needs. Those are our biggest ones anyways.
Thank you, Jen. Any further discussion? I guess I'm sensing a little bit of trepidation, maybe just from the fact that what it actually means to contribute this money. Are we comfortable with the motion as it reads, or would we like to, as I think it was suggested, have an in principle with something more definitive to come back to council? I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd like to, with our recommendation, pull off the guarantee of the funding, but that we send out, see what we can get, say there's a high likelihood, but I'd like to see what we're coming back with. What are we getting for our money? Where is that?
I think that's, I understand the amount of the money is concerning, and I understand that the details are, you know, something that council wants, and we can certainly bring that back, but I think that at some point, you have to trust that administration knows what you want and has the ability to negotiate, because otherwise, why are we here?
Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think it's that we don't trust administration. I don't think that we fully understand what they're asking us.
Well, I guess maybe I think it's no different than the ask that they made to the city or to the province or to the feds or anyone offering funds. It's they need dollars to complete their project, and they need funding sources. And I think that I would speak to maybe what you said earlier, Lauren, that I think this is a huge opportunity for the region. It's an opportunity to have a world-class event center right here, right in Lethbridge, the city of Lethbridge, right within, you know, the heart of Lethbridge County, that's going to be one of 13 world-class event centers in Canada. It's going to be an agri-food hub with the idea that it's directly tied to agriculture and showcase agriculture. It's going to be a center where there's room for thought, for discussion, for learning, for education around agriculture. And I think it's a way that to highlight our region and to highlight agriculture, and as we move forward, what that means, how we add value to what we do in this region. And I'm a huge supporter of making this contribution, because I think we often are coming up against some of our neighbors and our urban partners, and quite frankly, I think we fall a little bit short in what we bring to the table financially. I'm a big advocate of starting to be a little more aggressive with the use of our reserves. I think that those dollars are, at the end of the day, those are hard-earned dollars that come from our ratepayers, and I think it's important we invest those dollars. We not just sit on them. We've come out the other side of a global pandemic, and I think we showed that we're able to keep the ship straight and manage ourselves in a financially prudent way. So while I don't disagree with some of the concerns, I think it's a contribution to getting this thing across the finish line, getting it done, and I'm a big supporter as well of the idea of us having a presence there, whether that's a naming right, a home to share our story as the county. I'm a big supporter of that, and I don't see any reason from my perspective as being a board member on the Exhibition Park Board that would be an issue. I think that would be welcomed. I think they would love to help us share our story. So we do have a motion on the floor. If there's an appetite to amend that motion, I would gladly entertain that. If not, Klaus has made a motion. Candace, would you be able to read that back? Thank you, Candace. Klaus, are you comfortable with that motion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
We have a public hearing for 10 o'clock, so why don't we take a short recess, and we will return just prior to 10 o'clock. I would call the meeting back to order at 10:02. Before us, if we move down on our agenda to item E, public hearings, we have a 10 a.m. I would then recess the regular meeting. We have we have a public hearing for Bylaw 2022-009, MacLaine Acres Area Structure Plan, and Bylaw 22-010, the Land Use Bylaw Amendment for Lethbridge Urban Fringe to Grouped Country Residential. I would ask for a motion to open the public hearing. Clause is open to move the public hearing for Bylaw 22-009 and Bylaw 22-010. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Public hearing is being held pursuant to the Municipal Government Act as amended. The public hearing is being live streamed via the county's YouTube channel. And with that, I would declare the public hearing for Bylaw 22-009 and Bylaw 22-010 now officially open. I'll ask the Supervisor of Planning and Development to review the nature of the hearing and provide an overview of what is being proposed. Hillary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Council, and all of those in attendance here today. I'm here to present two applications that have been submitted to Lethbridge County for County Council review and consideration. The first being the Bylaw 22-009 is the MacLaine Acres Area Structure Plan, and then as Chairman had noted, is the associated rezoning application from Lethbridge Urban Fringe to Group Country Residential being Bylaw 22-010. The both applications are for an area just north of the city. It is an area that is half a mile north of the city of Lethbridge on Highway 840, just off of Highway 843. This area has historically seen there were some historical subdivisions that were done back in the early 1900s, and then there were some more recent ones. So as you note on this particular image, we have a number of residential subdivisions within vicinity of the proposed area, including the Sunnyview and Mindeo subdivisions, and then the Cholak subdivision. And then further to the west, we have a number of other subdivisions which are on the Old Man River Coulee edge. So with that, I will carry on with my report. The MacLaine Acres Area Structure Plan provides a plan for the future subdivision of the subject lands in a manner that meets the county's current policies and requirements. This area is within the intermunicipal development plan with the city of Lethbridge, and some of the lands are also would be subject to the county's municipal development plan and are contained within the county's industrial commercial land use strategy. This application was submitted to all county departments, the city of Lethbridge, and external agencies for review and their comment. Alberta Transportation, the St. Mary River Irrigation District, Alberta Health Services, the Old Man River Regional Services Commission, and ATCO Gas all provided comments. None of these agencies had concerns other than Alberta Health Services, which recommended potable water be from an approved system such as a water co-op. Alberta Transportation noted that at the time the Canamex Highway is constructed, access may be restricted and less convenient into this area. As you can kind of see on the image on the overhead here, the Canamex corridor is the yellow line, which is the proposed freeway system, kind of ring road, I guess, for lack of a better word, around the city of Lethbridge that is proposed, and it was proposed in 1995, and they have no timeline as to when it will actually be constructed. The city of Lethbridge also submitted comments and concerns with regards to the proposed application. Their concerns are as follows. The potential subdivision of country residential lots in the area noted to be future highway bypass in the future service road area was a concern to them. That the future industrial commercial development may occur around this area if the city annexes this area in the future. That this area is in proximity to the Canamex interchange and has been identified as suitable for industrial and commercial development in the future versus residential development, and that the area structure plan and rezoning do not align with the county strategic documents, and that no special study was completed prior to this area structure plan being submitted as per policies in the IDP. This application was advertised in the October 18th or 11th and 18th editions of the Sunny South News, and it was also sent directly to all affected and adjacent landowners. I chose to send it out to a much wider area just because it's a larger country residential subdivision. We don't often have ones of this scale, and the impact just in terms of traffic and construction can definitely be something people would note in the future. So I did send it out to quite a large area. At the time of this report, I had received 3 comments with regards to, from adjacent landowners that had some concerns with regards to the additional traffic on the roads. Some of them were requesting that the roads be paved. Right now, Highway 843, as you may know, is a gravel road. It's not a paved road. And all the connecting roads in there are also to a gravel standard. They're not paved roads. And then another concern was with regards to ensuring that if this development were to proceed, that there would be similar types of development in terms of the architectural controls. So similar types of dwellings, accessory buildings, that it was to a higher standard. So with that, we also did receive, after this report was written, a number of letters of support, which I did include in the agenda package at the very end. Some not necessarily local people, but people who had maybe friends of the applicants or knew the applicants and voiced their support for this type of development in this area. The Planning and Development Department has the following comments with regards to the proposed bylaw. This area structure plans within Policy Area 3 of the City of Lethbridge and the County of Lethbridge IDP. On this image here, you can see this map shows the growth areas that were proposed, or that were included in the intermunicipal development plan between the city and the county. The orange areas denote the city proposed growth areas where they perceive to grow into the future. And then the purple areas were areas that the county perceives growth in the future. So you can see the area around the Canamex is noted as a county development growth node, along with areas along by the airport, Highway 3 and Highway 4. As mentioned, so the IDP with the City of Lethbridge is divided into policy areas. So this particular proposal is within Policy Area 3, and an excerpt from that IDP states that this area has been identified as a logical growth area for future city growth for residential development up to the Canamex on the west side of 43rd Street, being Highway 843 currently. This area was previously identified for country residential development within Bylaw 1231, being the Plowman Area Structure Plan. That was adopted by County Council in 2002. So the Plowman Area Structure Plan was for the Sunnyview area that I showed you on this map here. The Sunnyview subdivision included all of the lands you see in orange as part of the future country residential development in that area structure plan. It did not delineate any parameters around, say, access or stormwater. It did provide a generalized lot layout and road network. And so as per the intermunicipal development plan policies, we have identified that the area needed to have a more robust area structure plan in order to proceed with rezoning and future subdivision. And so with that fulfills policy 3.4.3.15 of the intermunicipal development plan. There are some additional policies that we have in the IDP that council should just consider when they're deliberating this particular application, and I have listed them here. Just for your ease, you can review them as I go through them. As mentioned, the first policy listed there stated that any area that had a subdivision or was a part of an older area structure plan must have a revised area structure plan to outline the design, servicing, access, and benefits to the development and demonstrate how the development will convert to urban densities in the future. So that's what the area structure plan in front of you today is presenting. And then the other policies that I will draw you to would be 18, 19, and 20. These policies refer to the functional design study and special study being completed for the area around the Canamex interchange. With regards to the functional design study, the county, the consultant, and Alberta Transportation met with regards to the proposed development prior to the application being submitted, and it was determined at that time that the functional design study did not need to be completed as the time frame for the Canamex was too far off on the horizon and may be complete and realistically may never happen in this location. A functional design study would be under the jurisdiction of Alberta Transportation, as is their highway and their interchange. With regards to the next two policies, the special study area that's noted in them would be premature until that functional design study was completed, and which Alberta Transportation is determined is not required at this time. The purpose of this special study is to look at undeveloped areas and inform the use. In this case, the use has already been informed for the area, which was determined by the adopting of the Plowman Area Structure Plan back in 2002 and confirmed by policy number 15 as being country residential. The proposed application complies with the siting criteria of the county's municipal development plan excuse me, and the group country residential land use strategy, in that the area is fragmented with existing country residential development and historical subdivisions. The area, the lands are of poor agriculture or non-agricultural lands, and there's no conflict with the adjacent land uses, which is also mainly country residential and agricultural in this area. As noted many times in my presentation, the proposal is in proximity to the future Canamex interchange, which has been broadly identified in the for commercial industrial use as per the industrial commercial land use strategy. And this is a map from our strategy that was adopted in October of 2016. The area in that strategy was not intended to be specific, and the strategy is a guideline for County Council to consider when looking at applications. I also note that our land use strategy is not a statutory plan. It's not approved by bylaw. It's just for Council's information. For this area, higher consideration will be placed on the intermunicipal development plan, which states, as I noted previously, that this area would be logical for future residential growth up to the Canamex and on the west side of 43rd Street. As the intermunicipal development plan is the highest level statutory document in the county, it prevails over any land use strategy. Therefore, county administration has determined that the proposed bylaws that would allow for the future country residential development are appropriate and for the area based on the policies contained within both the intermunicipal development plan and the county's own municipal development plan. In reviewing the city's comments and concerns with regards to the proposed development being along the future highway bypass and the service road, County administration agrees that those areas should be identified as non-developable and also removing the rezoning area so that to prevent future conflicts with regards to the expansion of Highway 843 in the future. I would just touch on a couple of the comments made by some of the adjacent landowners and their concerns. There was one comment that was with regards to not wanting a looped road through the area. County administration would not propose to amend the plan on that basis, as a looped road system is desirable from an emergency services and access perspective. And with regards to the other comments, at the time of subdivision, if the applications were approved, county administration would require detailed architectural controls that would look at the condition and possible upgrades, and also look at the condition and possible upgrades to the county roads. If this proposed area structure plan is approved, further details with regards to the provision of potable water, specific road design and surface type, whether it's gravel or paved, detailed stormwater design, architectural controls will be addressed at that subdivision stage of development. It is noted that in the municipal development plan and the group country residential land use strategy require that where there is more than 4 lots, potable water has to be provided by a water co-op or a similar organization. The application and applicant/landowners in this case would have to work with the water co-op to determine if there's capacity with regards to provision of water for this subdivision at that time. And then also present any information to County Council acting as subdivision authority. So just kind of some background for that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will pass it back to you.
Thank you very, excuse me. Thank you very much, Hillary. This is council's opportunity to receive input from the public. This is your public hearing. Those making presentations are asked to state their name and review their points. We ask that you refrain from asking questions to council. The intention of the public hearing is not to debate or defend the contents of the bylaw or the position which individual councillors may have on the bylaw. Questions asked of a councillor by a presenter may be ruled out of order. Presentations to council will start with the applicant who has made a submission, followed by any other persons wishing to comment on the proposal. Please keep your comments to the point. After each speaker, members of council will be permitted to ask questions of the presenter to clarify any details. Again, no debating or questions from the floor will be allowed. With that, I would ask if the applicant would care to speak.
Thank
Morning.
you very much. Ed Martin with Martin Geomatic Consultants. We prepared the area structure plan. I had quite a little bit of a presentation all prepared, but Hillary's done such a good job of explaining that she's kind of covered almost all the points. So I'm just going to highlight a few of the things rather than go through everything. When we started the area structure plan, we had the opportunity to work very closely with County Administration, Alberta Transportation, and SMRID for the preparation of this. And I'd like to start out by just thanking county staff for all their guidance and input that they gave throughout this process. It just made everything that much easier to get organized. This development will have potable water, irrigation water, septic fields, gas, electricity, as well as gravel roads to the sites. I guess the details of those will be worked out at the development stage or subdivision stage with the county. One of the biggest concerns that I can see is the source of potable water, since the county or the water co-op, has said that developers are not able to get water anymore. We're going to look at about 4 alternatives that we've suggested in the area structure plan, and that is well water, treated irrigation water, hauled water, or again, preferably the co-op water. And at the subdivision stage, we will sort this out with the county administration before we're able to proceed any farther. The owners are in acceptance of the fact that the lots 23, 37, and 38 will be removed from the area structure plan to ensure the future widening of the highway and the service road. I guess the biggest thing that I would like to reiterate is that the developers have purchased this land based on the assumption that the concept plan from the Mindio Plowman subdivision was in place in this, and so they were quite surprised that there was some concerns that this was not going to get approved because of that. So we're glad that the county has recognized that this is a historical subdivision, and we will be following that pretty much what they have there. Another area that has come to light is that the Ryan Van Eden Petersman property, which is in the northwest corner of this development, has no legal access to that site at this point. So in doing the area structure plan, we have made provisions so that he will get legal access to his property. I don't know how that ever got approved back when. This proposed subdivision supports and enhances the surrounding county residential community that already exists. We're providing an opportunity for an individual that would like a rural lifestyle, yet will still have easy access to recreation, medicine, and everything that the city of Lethbridge or the proximity to the city will have. Citizens living in MacLaine Acres will have an opportunity to have a shop, garden, and large outdoor space that is a very desirable aspect for a lot of people, and we hope that council can appreciate this vision and approve the area structure plan. And I'm available to answer any questions that council might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council at this time? Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Martin, you said that 3 lots would be taken out. Is that for the lots that are closest to the Canamex Highway?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
The area structure plan actually states that we would put a caveat against those lots, but the county has requested that we actually remove them from the area structure plan, or from, at least from the rezoning.
Any further questions from council? Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the smallest lot that is going to be in the subdivision?
I'm not sure of the smallest, but there is none under 2 acres. They're all over 2 acres.
Any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I would invite anyone else who's interested in speaking to come forward.
Thank you, council. I won't take a lot of your time. I'm one of the developers, Rick Eldoff. My wife and I own the parcel. Yes. Oh, yes, ma'am.
The people online can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that on there?
Yes.
Rick Eldoff. My wife and I own there's 3 parcels in this development. We own the furthest west one. It is it's 34 just over 34 acres. It's kind of a unique a parcel for its size because it sits. It has a footprint in each quarter of section 28. And it has the SMRD canal on the west edge. So being that we're right in the middle of that section, we're at least my 11 proposed lots will be at least a half a mile from 843. So there will be a small sense of seclusion when this does happen for those 11 lots. That's the way we're looking at it. My wife and I have discussed this when we develop this, and once we get the grace of this chambers, is that with our total intention was provide opportunity for folks, and I mean by that is provide opportunity for young families to sense the rural a small sense of the rural living. Sunnyside School is only a mile and a half from this location. My alma mater, my mother's alma mater, my grandkids, and my kids. The other thing is the scenarios are endless as far as retired people, create opportunity for them to experience that. Small business. I see more and more, we're probably the oldest owners within that area now, and what I've seen over the years is you're seeing these lots with a nice house, and you're seeing a lot of them now with shops. You're seeing whether they're providing a service, whether they're providing a product, whatever. But it's using that family aspect, family-owned, operated, and you're seeing a lot of this. I did a lot of work last year up around the Okotoks High River area and Black Diamond area. You see these acreages popping up all over the place, and I see a lot of shops, riding arenas, whatever. These won't be big enough for riding arenas, but the small business aspect, because I'm a small business guy myself, I think it's a fantastic opportunity for these folks to get involved. Subject to that, Campbell Reeve, that's all I have to say. Subject to any questions, that's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Thank you. I would invite anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward. I'll ask again, if there's anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. And I'll ask again a third time. If there's anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Thank you. If there's nothing further, I would ask for a motion to close the public hearing. Mark?
Thank you, Reeve Campbell. I'd like to move that we close the public hearing.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved that we close the public hearing for bylaw 22-09 and 22-010. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we can resume our public portion of the meeting at 10:27. And before us, you do have a recommendation to consider second or third reading. And as you will note, as there is two bylaws, we would have to conduct that for 09 first and then 10 if that was your wish. I would open it up to council for any further questions of Hillary, or Hillary, if you have any final comments.
Yes, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I'll just have the final comment with regards to the recommendation. So the recommendation, as noted in your agenda package, is that bylaw 22-009 be read a second time as amended. So that's with regards to discussions we had with regards to the concerns within the city, and then also with the applicant with the removal of lot 23, 37, and 38, being noted as the future service road and future highway bypass, that they be removed as potential lots and be noted as non-developable areas within the area structure plan. And also that the bylaw be noted as an amendment to the Plowman area structure plan that was missed in the first edition of the bylaw that was submitted for first reading. So just kind of a clarification point on that. And then with regards to bylaw 22-010, that it would also be read a second time as amended. As shown on the image on the screen, we're proposing that that group country residential area be moved back from what was originally proposed to ensure that those areas that would be with regards to the future widening of Highway 843 not be zoned group country residential, as to give landowners an assumption that that would be an allowable use. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Hillary. Any questions from council? Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in this letter from the City of Lethbridge, October 14, 2022, you feel that removal of the 3 lots fully addresses their concerns?
At this time, yes.
Any other questions from council? Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with the removal of those 3 lots, will that fall within the same guidance we passed out during the Blair Frake subdivision for that land extension he did on his commercial development there? Because we didn't approve that because it was too close to the Canamek.
That's correct.
Same thing?
Yes, exactly the same thing. In terms of, yes, that was also taken out of a rezoning and left as, I think that was rural agricultural in that case.
Yes.
Any further questions from council? If not, how would you like to proceed? John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that bylaw 22-009 be read a second time as amended.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation that bylaw 22-009 be read a second time as amended. Any discussion? Not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Third reading. Claus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move that bylaw 22-009 be read for a third time.
Thank you, Claus. Does that need to read it as amended as well then, or not?
No.
No? Okay, thank you. So Claus has moved the recommendation that bylaw 22-009 be read a third time. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And then moving down to bylaw 22-010. Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move that bylaw 22-010 be read a second time as amended, with the areas noted as future service road and future highway bypass removed from the rezoning area and remain as Lethbridge Urban Fringe.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved the recommendation that bylaw 22-010 be read a second time as amended. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And third reading. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that bylaw 22-010 be read a third time.
Thank you very much, John. John has moved that bylaw 22-010 be read a third time. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Council.
We have a 10:30 delegation. I believe they're here. Thank you, everyone, for participating in the public hearing today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move in our agenda to F1 delegations. We have a 10:30. Shane Jarokosky. Shane, if you'd like to come forward. Morning, Shane.
Good morning.
Okay. Okay.
Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. Did you guys have read my email complaint, or would you like me to read it?
If you could go over it again, that'd be fantastic. Yes.
We'll do that, and then we'll know where we're at. Okay. On April 19th, 2022, around 4:45 p.m., a neighbor found me saying there was a fire. I went straight to the fire, where a whole straw stack of mine was on fire. The winds were very strong, blowing from the southwest. Multiple neighbors came to the scene shortly after I arrived. The field was previously cultivated, so the fire was not spreading. It was not an immediate threat, even though it was a large fire. So I did phone 911 and told them there was no rush, but there was a big fire. And they said someone already notified us and they're on their way out. So, okay. So the fire engine showed up around 5, and the whole stack was on fire already. So, okay. And then I talked to the main captain the captain of the city fire trucks. And we're just looking at each other like this, and, the whole stack's on fire already. So, you can't really put it out. And the wind's blowing, but the field was cultivated already, right? So, just put this in your head. If the field was not cultivated, that whole field would have been on fire, and it would have been going 100 miles an hour. So and all the neighbors were there that saw the smoke, and they're like, well, oh yeah, okay, well, nothing else is on fire. Okay, yeah, well, no, you don't really need us or whatever. So that was that. So then, you guys came, Coldale, everyone came, blah, blah, blah. So then, okay. So that's about it. So then the captain guy of city decided that he needed to put the fire out. So, okay, and this is like a half an hour later, okay? So now, okay, well, whatever. What can you do? So then, we're getting a lot of water, so then he starts phoning in all these pumper trucks to haul water. Okay, and then, but that's, it's not going to put the fire out. And then he's like, well, we're going to need excavators and loaders with grapples and take this whole straw stack apart. So I'm like, wow. Okay, well, it's still, with the winds blowing, the fire's going to be out. It's not going to be out, but it's, it's out. The major part of the fire is already going. And the field's cultivated, so it's over with. But anyway, just have to wait it out. And then, so he decides they want to put water on it. So he's phoning all these county guys. And then they start pumping the water on there. One hose, one truck pumping. And then, it puts out it's starting to put out the west side of the stack. But the east side of the stack's still burning. And And there were chunks of, before he put water on, there were chunks of straw flying off, on fire, like fireballs. But when they hit the ground, it did nothing because it was cultivated. If the field was not cultivated, the fire trucks would not be at the straw stack. They would be down the road. And there's acreages down the 508, and there's other stuff that's more. But it wasn't there. And the reason I had the straw stack in that area is for that reason. There's no houses within a quarter mile. If you put all your straw stack in your main yard, and for something happens to start on fire there, that's a big issue. So that's part of the reason why it's there, and that's part of the reason why it's not a big panic. Anyway, so we're just messing around, putting a little bit of water on it, and I don't know how many. Well, it's all here on how many trucks were there, hauling the water and everything. So that being said, hauling the water, and then I'm going with the hi-ho, brought my own hi-ho over and hit it in a bit, but it's dense and it's burning and it's not even lit on fire on the inside. You can't. As soon as you knock some down and they put water on it, well, it's still going to be burning underneath. Like, it's going to take a long, long time to get all that out. And it's going to be a problem a few days from now when you think it's out, but it's still burning underneath. So it's not just that easy. And I don't know why that guy insisted on that. No one else seemed to go along with it but him. But I guess, he's the boss, the captain guy at the scene. So anyway, whatever. I'm not going to argue, right? I'm not arguing against fire, you guys putting a fire out. It's not that. That's not the case. But no one was in danger. No one was panicking. I should have been the one panicking, not this captain guy. Anyhow, so then some platoon guy shows up. And he's like, what are you guys doing? You're wasting your time and everything. So I was like, well, that's what I thought. Okay. So then the captain guy was like, oh, well, that's your call. So it's not affecting him. So, okay. So it's the platoon guy's call, and he says, just let it burn out. So that's what we did. And so that's what we did. So then another fire truck showed up that night. And then, or your guy wanted to just turn over to me that night already. And he goes, well, I would have approved this burn anyway with your fire guard. Not that, it's too much to burn. No one's going to do that. But anyway, so we turn it over to so another fire truck shows up. So then I'm like, well, you want to turn it over to me? He's like, oh, no. It's not going to cost you any more. We'll stay here overnight. Well, okay. Well, I can't, whatever. And no one's panicking. It's not. And if the winds switch to the east, it's not going to be 100K wind, and it's still, there's even less houses, no one even there. So the threat was very minor, even though it was a big fire. So you guys send me the bill, and it's every little detail's on there from every truck that was there, and it was not you guys, it wasn't the county guys, it was the city guys that brought all the trucks, that radioed everybed in. And then radioed everyone, and then everyone just hanging out there. All them young guys are just walking around there. There was never a moment where someone was panicking, so that makes a difference, right? It's not like a house is on fire. And there's one other thing that I want you to think of when I'm going over this, is how many fire trucks were there, how many pumper trucks were coming, and it was a bad day for fires. There could have been a fire somewhere else, the city, anywhere else, that would have been an emergency. And they should have been ready to go there, not worry about mine. So I'm fine with like one guy hanging out there, making sure the threat is still under control. That's totally 100% agreeable. And if you guys had 100 pumper trucks and if you had to put it out, that'd be a different story too. So that's where it all comes from. So basically it's not you guys, it's the city. So I went to the city and talked to whoever, and then I talked to Christopher Tomorrow's the main guy. He just took over or something. So I explained my exact same scenario to him as I'm doing right now. And he never argued against me or nothing, never said nothing. So then, so he goes, well, yeah, that's fine. So he got back to me and he goes, yeah, I'll just charge you for one guy or one crew monitoring the situation. So then, which was like 6,000 or something he came up with. Some odd number. So I was like, yeah, that's more than fair. But then so then I get another, anyway, I talked to Byron and all that. But anyway, so I guess you guys didn't bill the city for everything that's on here, the same amount. Because I said to Chris, well, what was, so then, anyway, so Byron said, well, no, he has to pay. Christopher has to reimburse the county because the county already paid the city. Okay. So Christopher didn't know that. He was just going to charge me. So then, no, he's got to go through the county. Okay, yeah. So then Byron took over that. So then I said to Christopher, I said, well, what's your original amount? Because on your guys, you got your own separate bill for your trucks there, which is not much. And then he goes, well, our original bill was only $12,000. So anyway, so that's kind of where I guess the mix-up is. The city did all the work with all the trucks, and even the trucks maybe that weren't cities, he radioed them in. So anyway, so my problem is, I guess, is the thing is, it's not really not with you guys at all. It's just the way the billing went with the city, and then so that's why I went to the city, because that captain made the call. No one else made that call. No one else wanted to do that. So that captain is responsible, and whoever's responsible for him, that's so like. And if, usually the person paying the bill is in charge, and it's not that way, right? But so my point is, I'm not against you guys at all. I'm not against the fire. I'm not against the city, and I understand the situation. But by the time he put the water on, it was like an hour or at least half an hour later. So like when they pull up to a city house fire, they don't just watch it for half an hour thinking about what they're gonna do. They have it out within a half an hour. Like it's just a different scenario. Between they were treating that straw stack fire like almost like it was a house fire, or that there was a threat to a house right there or someone's yard, and it wasn't that way. And I don't know why. That's why I'm in the situation I'm in. So I guess that's about sums her up. A specific request? Yeah, I'm willing to pay for one guy or one crew and one truck to monitor the situation. So that's what I'm for, whatever, 24 hours till we had it out, completely out. So that's, I suppose that's my request.
Thank you, Shane. And just for the benefit of council, you're located just adjacent to the airport, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's where this took place?
Oh, well, a little further. It'd be if you're with the 508 coming up past the airport, 508 going east, it's 1.5 miles. 2 miles and then 1.5 miles. So.
Okay. And I guess as Anne, like I think we understand why you're here. I guess if I could just maybe try and summarize, just the level of response was over and above what was required for the instance. Is that kind of what your argument would be?
Well, there's nothing wrong with everyone coming there, right? So the level of response of everyone coming, that's fine. But they did not have to stay. They did not have to stay. They could have, yeah.
Okay.
And then, yeah, so.
So I guess I would open it up to Anne or Byron if you'd like to add anything, and then obviously open to council as well for questions. But when we have, I don't know if we've had exactly a similar instance, but we have had something in the same vein where a resident has received a bill, and that their expectation versus the expectation of the responding department, there's a difference in that, and we've traditionally what we've done is directed administration to bring back a report with the specifics of the dollar amounts and I guess options for councils how we could proceed, knowing that we contract services through the city and the smaller urbans. I guess I would open it up to administration and council if there's anything you'd like to add or questions.
That would be my recommendation, that we bring it back to a council meeting, and rather quickly too, because I know this has been laying out since April. So my recommendation would be that we bring it back before the end of the month, report to council outlining all the costs. Sorry.
Are there any questions from council? John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How much was the bill?
Oh. Well, so the original bill was $53,732. And the straw was worth about 45,000, but the year before it was only worth 25,000, and that's more of a dollar amount, just to kind of put things into perspective.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Were you insured for your straw and so forth?
Yes, yeah.
Any other questions from council? How would you like to proceed? Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to direct administration to bring back a report with, that contains all of what was discussed and options.
Any further discussion? Morris?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, your insurance is involved with that. Did they question certain things the way the department went about it?
No.
They didn't?
No, and I sent that to the insurance, yeah.
Okay.
No, they didn't, no. They never said nothing.
Is there anything further you'd like to add?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Klaus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, so what you're saying is that your insurance was going to cover everything, like the straw and the fire department?
I have, they covered the straw, that was no problem, and they gave me 10,000 towards the fire, which I have, or however that, which I've never looked into before either. I didn't know. Yeah.
Thank you.
So Eric has moved to direct administration to bring back a report on this matter to the November 17th council meeting with the dollar amounts and options for council. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
We have about 10 minutes till our next delegation. Hillary, do you want to start your report? Is that possible? We move down to department reports, H1 Community Services, H1.1 Planning and Development Department third quarter report. And we have Hillary Jansen, the Supervisor of Planning and Development. Hillary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's pull up my report here. So just some background information, or I guess my quarterly report for the third quarter. The Lethbridge County Planning and Development Department takes direction from all of our bylaws and guiding documents that have been approved by County Council. Includes all of our intermunicipal development plans, municipal development plans, any area structure plans, the land use bylaw, etc. And then also manages the issuance of development permits, amends and updates any bylaws as required. Oversees any planning projects, or I take on planning projects as required by County Council. I also review any referrals that come from outside agencies like the NRCB and any intermunicipal relations, road closures, licenses, leases, land sales, enforcement of the land use bylaw. So when there's a non-compliant issue, we'll address it. And then other regulations as required. So this last quarter, it was, I would say, fairly busy for the county in terms of activity from January to September. And I include from the beginning of the year till inclusive, just kind of helps for you to understand the volume of work that we're doing. We had 176 development permit applications that were received. This was a bit of a decrease from last year. As I've mentioned maybe before, last year in 2021, we saw a significant increase in applications. Due to kind of some pent-up demand for development within the county after 2020. Of those applications, 171 development permits were issued, 3 were refused, and 12 applications were under review. Of the applications that were issued, most of them were for residential uses, so new residences or additions to residences or accessory buildings. There was a number of commercial industrial ones where we had not necessarily new industrial buildings, but many additions and then also changes in use. A number of farm shops or farm buildings were also submitted, and then we had a few home occupations and a number of miscellaneous. So we've, one thing I would note in our development permit applications, and you've probably seen it out in your particular areas, we've seen a lot of solar happening in the county. A lot of freestanding solar, a lot of roof-mounted solar, and so anytime that happens, often we'll get permit applications as required. So we've just seen a general uptake in that, and that might be related to energy prices, maybe energy security for some people on their properties. So just something that we've noted as a trend. We also manage the contract for the building safety codes permits with Park Enterprises. And in the throughout the third quarter, we saw 155 building permits, 307 electrical, 176 gas, 104 plumbing, and 41 private septic systems. Which was, I think, about the same, around the same that it was last year at this time. For the Subdivision Authority, we brought forward 22 applications for subdivision or lot line readjustments, all of which were approved by County Council, acting as the Subdivision Authority. This year so far we have seen 4 appeals. 3 of them were for development permit applications. 2 were waiver setbacks where we had denied the waiver setback and they were brought forward for appeal. And then 1 was another for a dog park. All the applications, the waiver setbacks were approved by the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. The application for the dog park was denied. And then the last one, we had a land use bylaw compliance issue where we had to issue a stop order for an unauthorized development within Shaughnessy. They appealed that stop order and the appeal was denied. With regards to bylaws that the county has had so far this year, there has been 5. So there was the MacLaine Area Structure Plan and Rezoning, which you heard today. And then there was also, previously there was the rezoning for the rural recreation area by Stafford Reservoir, and then 2 group country residential rezonings, which were all approved by County Council. Road closures, we've seen a number of road closures this year. Seems to be we have a handful of them every year. Most of them are off to Alberta Transportation for their approval. The last summit we have, which we had first reading of, which is the Van Manen one in Diamond City. That one will come forward for a public hearing in December. For intermunicipal relations, we've had 30 referrals sent to the county from the 11 adjacent municipalities, which all have been reviewed and no significant issues with any of those referrals so far this year. We have commenced work on the Lethbridge County Town of Coaldale Intermunicipal Development Plan, and the open house will be held on November the 24th. So that's something to anticipate. We're not currently actively working on any other intermunicipal development relations with any of our other intermunicipal adjacent municipalities. And then there's a number of miscellaneous items there just for your consideration with regards to lot sales. So the residential lots have been sold in Monarch, and the industrial lots in Turin have also been sold. We're selling the Colehurst Greater Shed parcel to the town of Colehurst as per council's direction. I did compile the statistics, the 2021 national statistics. I have compiled our Lethbridge County statistics for which I've distributed to administration. Just says where our population sits, where our households sit, where our age groups sit, and then over the course of the year, they have been releasing more information as it comes out. So that'll get more robust as the year goes on. It also looks at kind of the jobs that people have. It does look at income. There's a broad range of things, obviously, that fall under Statistics Canada. With regards to the NRCB, we've had 8 applications that have been come in for review. And then also I am working on with Steve Hardy the industrial commercial land use strategy, and I anticipate bringing that just back in early 2023, just as it would be a for your information approved by resolution guideline document. It's been 6 years since that document was approved, and we felt it was time to make sure that we reviewed and refreshed it so that it was current for county council's, following county council's strategic plan. And then the last note there, it was with regards to financial impact. With regards to our contract we have with Park Enterprises, we have received $111,000 plus with regards to the issuance of safety codes permits, which is slightly up from last year, but the permits have remained about the same. So the contract with Park Enterprises has been going very well, and we've had very few issues with regards to how that, since we've instituted that in 2017, that's been successful. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Hillary. Are there any questions from council? Claus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you guys have had your work cut out for you again this time, and thank you for that. And that I'll move that County Council receive this report for information.
Thank you, Claus. Claus has moved the recommendation that County Council receive this report for information. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Hillary. We do have an 11 o'clock. We have 2 minutes, so why don't we just recess shortly for a quick break, and we'll resume at 11. 11:02 this morning. And we, as I mentioned, we do have a delegation. Peter Casurella and Kim Welby are here to discuss the link pathway. I'd invite you both forward, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Reeve. We've been here a lot. You guys know who we both are. Kim, Peter. Thanks for having us here, guys. I will. So we're here today to ask for a revisions and an update to the Memorandum of Understanding between Lethbridge County, the Corps-Van-Ray Link Pathway Committee, and the St. Mary's River Irrigation District to encompass the entire length of the path, not just Phase 1 as was approved by you guys on September 1st. Since September 1st, we've done an awful lot. We have a complete route, as you can see up there, with sign-off from all of the stakeholders that have land tied up in the provision of the pathway route. We've also achieved, as I said, the approvals from all the landowners in a very efficient route. Only those landowners mentioned above there are directly impacted and have provided us access across their land for the provision of the pathway. It's over 15 kilometers long. So to have only 6 stakeholders involved in the actual pathway itself is a bit of a win that we're quite proud of. We've recently received the final sign-offs from Alberta Infrastructure and the Federal Research Station. They've approved the routes as we've laid them out there. You guys approved the Howe Road access as well back in the spring. Green Life Farms and Elk Creek Dairy Farms and the St. Mary's River Irrigation District, providing the complete route from end to end. We have also completed the last phase of our public consultations for the entire region. The report's been on the website for a while, and you've had it included there. I'm going to turn it over to Kim to talk about what we learned from the regional consultations.
Yeah, so we had provided a link to the survey for feedback. And the way that we tried to solicit the most amount of valuable feedback was to have a targeted marketing campaign specific to the geographic area of Lethbridge County and surrounding areas. And so of that, there was 243 responses, specifically from Lethbridge, Coaldale, and the county, and then some other Southern Alberta communities. We found that there was concerns raised, comments of support, and additionally, the survey was promoted, again, to maximize support through a Facebook marketing campaign. Specifically, this was a call to action campaign, so those that saw it knew that they had a thing to do, in this case, complete the survey. So 93% of them were supportive, only just under 3% were concerned, which translates to about 7 people had concerns. Specifically relevant for this conversation is of those 7 people, only 2 were in Lethbridge County. The other 5 respondents who had indicated they were concerned came from the city of Lethbridge. So again, the reach, the ad ran for several weeks. It was widely shared, targeted specifically to those in Lethbridge County and area. Just over 9,000 people saw the ad. From that, there was another 800 conversion to click on it. So we know that it was quite effective in converting the people to direct them to that call to action, which is really great rates in social media marketing. Again, 228 had supportive typed out responses, and only 4 concerned typed out their responses. And so we'll discuss what specifics were indicated in both of those. So the good, there was lots of comments about how keeping an active lifestyle was valuable, exploring rural landscapes, being able to bike between Lethbridge and Coaldale was by and large the most supportive comment. More bike lanes, getting people moving, and again, really exposure to that rural landscape. Of the bad, these were the 4 responses that took the time to be typed out. So the other side of the coin of having the meandering route is that some people would like it to be more direct. The other one was, there was 2 responses specific to crime, and we did indicate as a caveat at the end of the survey to indicate that they had read the response and the report that was provided about what crime actually means on pathways. And the 4th response was not supportive, and there was concern about more taxes. And so of these 4 responses, again, we know that a maximum of 2 came directly from Lethbridge County residents.
So what we've done up to this point in getting the project ready for your final approval of extending the MOU to cover the full route is the last year we profiled the benefits and liabilities of the pathway through Lethbridge County for you. Did a lot of research into things specifically to the concerns we'd heard, increased crime. Rural bike pathways have been built all over North America, and always these concerns come up, and they've been researched to death, as our report that's been available on the website for about a year has indicated. Bike pathways don't increase crime. There's just no evidence that there's any correlation between the two, and in many cases they actually decrease crime. And bike pathways don't reduce property values so long as they are properly maintained. Just like any other infrastructure, as long as something looks nice, it adds to property value. It doesn't take away from that. And over the last year, of course, we spoke with all of the adjacent landowners along the routes. We recorded their feedback. We confirmed with them that this is the thing that they said, and we submitted that feedback back to the Link Pathway Committee. And we included in the report that we generated, which you've seen before, recommendations for the design of the pathway to address those concerns, which were provided by people who are going to be neighbors of the pathway in the future. And those that feedback, I believe, has been taken very seriously and will be reflected in MPE Engineering's design of the physical pathway itself. We performed the robust regional public engagement survey that Kim just talked about, and which was overwhelmingly positive. And the information above has been available publicly on the website for a long time. We've got a very active social media presence now, and folks have been seeing information coming up about the pathway. And we've secured the route with approvals from all of the landowners along the way, from only 6 stakeholders for over 15 kilometers, making the most efficient use possible of it, avoiding as many private residences as we feasibly can to respect the privacy of rural stakeholders everywhere where we can. And we've got support from both the City of Lethbridge and the Town of Coaldale in moving forward with the project. There's a lot of excitement for it. So today, the ask is to update the MOU as presented and submitted to your administration and to council to reflect not just phase 1, but the entire route as presented. And this will do a couple of things, and why we're eager to get this done today is we've got a bunch of fundraising to do. We've got a little under about a third of the total project cost that we need in order to complete the installation of it. We want to hit the ground in the spring, doing construction hard and fast and aggressively. This involves some big, complicated pieces like putting the underpass under Highway 512, which involves working with Alberta Transportation, with Volker Steven, to get that installed. We actually have the unit itself, but there's a lot of work, preparation work to be done so that we can achieve that crux. We've got to put 3 bridges over canals, which means working closely with the SMRID and with the engineers to make sure those are done properly and safely and with respect to the irrigation infrastructure. And then we've got to go out and get the rest of the money, which involves doing about 4 large grant applications plus community fundraising too. And having this MOU in place from our major stakeholders on this project would be a significant addition to our grant applications that would show that we're ready to do this thing. We just need the money. For context, we're going to be applying to, number 1, Trans-Canada Trail Foundation. They're actually working on dropping more money into various bike pathways along Highway 3. One of the big visions for the Trans-Canada Trail, which has a route that goes all the way across the country right now, is to have more routes and options. They put money into one of the bike paths over by Medicine Hat, which has been profiled into our reports before, and this would feed into a larger vision for an eventual bike path that might connect all the way along Highway 3, the cities of Medicine Hat and Lethbridge, and out to the Crow's Nest Pass and beyond, in terms of a long-term vision for bike path development across Canada. We're also going to be applying to the Active Transportation Fund and the Rural Transportation Solution Funds. These are federal funds. They're big money, and either one of those funds, if we're successful on our application, could get us the rest of the money. But we need to be ready for the intakes that open in January, which brings us to today, getting this in place so that we're ready to submit those applications as soon as they open. And finally, we're going after, of course, CFEP Large, the community. Why can't I? Thank you very much. Your brain's better than mine. And any of these would put us in very good situation. So this is prep work for going after the rest of that. And of course, the other concern too is that our major title sponsor is concerned to see action happening on this as fast as possible. And they've made it clear they want us to move as hard and aggressively as possible to get the approvals in place that we need in order to make this happen. You know, they're busy dealing with the internal wrap-up affairs from the late Cor Van Rey's estate, and they're eager to get those affairs concluded too. So that's our request for you today. We're happy to answer any questions about anything, really.
Thank you, Peter. Open it up for questions. Claus, Mark, Morris, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question, what's the total cost gonna be, and what are the expected grants that you're looking for?
The total cost is going to be, could be in the vicinity of around $4.5 million. And I say could because when we went and costed things out to build our fundraising plan, we decided to overestimate rather than underestimate. I like to have good surprises, not bad surprises. And some of those pieces we already know are going to be donated to us. Some very generous contractors throughout the region have already made promises to us about providing services either at cost or for free, or offering us discounts on various pieces of it. We've had the underpass unit, for instance, donated to us. That reduces our costs by a significant amount. MPE Engineering has provided all of their services to this point at, well, nothing. They haven't charged us a single penny for their services to this point. Adam Spackman and Edwards Land has given us a 50% cut rate on doing everything as well. And the pricing out of the total cost will have to take some of those things into consideration as well. The grant dollar amounts, I'm not too sure what we can get from TransCanada Trail. We've got a call with them next week, right? Yeah. The active transportation fund is 60% of project costs up to a total of $50 million, so it's big. The rural transit solution funds is 80% of project costs up to $3 million. This is a pretty good fit for that particular grant. And CFEP large is up to $1 million, as you guys know from dealing with other projects, I'm sure.
Mark?
Good morning, Peter and Kim. I just a point or a clarification. When I was reading the report, under the or in your report, you're talking about the different opportunities. One is around the e-bikes and you know, setting them up maybe at the exhibition and having it go through as a tourism piece. But then when you go back to your terms of reference under item 3, terms of the MOU, it specifically says it'll be will be intended for the use of pedestrians, non-motorized bicycles, and other human-powered vehicles, including scooters. So does that piece need to be amended? Because it basically conflicts with what you said.
It might need to be amended. This would be a question for those of us who have liabilities attached to it, and the MOU specifically has both the Link Pathway Committee and Lethbridge County sharing liability for the pathway. So, yeah, that would have to be a future discussion.
There is some, sorry.
Go ahead.
There is some gray areas about what non-motorized transportation means. The exclusivity of motorized transportation allows e-bikes and e-scooters to operate within that gray area because they have the ability to be exclusively human-powered. And so that's one consideration, that there isn't real clarity and decisiveness on what exactly where those fall. And so I would be fairly confident that that actually doesn't need to be amended, although we can definitely confirm because they are not exclusively motorized.
And just the compatibility of a bike ride, like if I was riding my bike, like a normal, regular bike down the path, and those e-scooters, I was just in Toronto for a week and I was watching some of the insanity. But there was e-scooter. I mean, to me, it wouldn't be safe for me to be on a trail if that was happening. But I get the flip side, the tourism piece. If the scooters we have now bringing people in and you know, they could go down to Cold and come back. I mean, a great idea. So that was just where I was just kind of doing this with it.
Absolutely. You do have a great amount of control over where you can put, you know, speed zones from the operation of the scooters themselves. And so likely in high traffic areas or high congestion areas, you would have it as a low speed zone, and so you would just automatically have a govern that reduces it within a geographic area that the scooter adheres to. So there is definitely controls and considerations that can be made when you're designing how that plays out.
Morris?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I certainly hope it's going to happen. Yeah, it's a great thing. I've seen a lot of bike paths right across North America, and I think you know, between Colby and Lethbridge, it's just ideal. The only concern I have is does it follow a main drainage system where the bike path kind of cuts right through the quarter sections or whatever? And my concern is if that drainage system is ever going to be realigned or even piped for that matter, you know, what could happen with the bike path there?
Yeah, SMRID's never brought up any concerns along that line. They've always
Big
approved
drainage
of,
ditch, but,
yeah, they've always just been approved of the pathway within their right-of-way.
Yeah.
I know there's been a lot of talk about culverting, but I don't see how culverting would impact at that point. It probably would just simplify things. Yeah.
And then, just to follow up, if I may, Mr. Chairman, thank you. What does, did you meet with the Coaldale residents about it? Are they excited about it, or are they?
Yeah.
I would hope so, because, yeah.
We focused our in-person consultations on the Lethbridge County residences, because that's where there had been pushback, and that's where work needed to be done to be good neighbors. And we spent our time in Lethbridge County along the route there, making sure that we talked to everybody who was willing to talk to us. And the town of Coaldale has always been very excited. I know that Cam Mills over there has got an application in right now to one of these funds to do additional bike trail work within the town of Coaldale in order to do their connection on their end and tie the future pathway into the town of Coaldale's bike system. They're excited too. They see the possibility of folks from Exhibition Park coming all the way out to, you know, ride e-bikes the 15 kilometers out there to go to their tourism opportunities that they have available, birds of prey, that kind of thing.
Lauren and then Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a couple of questions on your pathway alignment through Vista Meadows and the adjoining piece to the east. Which side of the ditch are you, or the drain ditch are you on? It's possible to tell from your map.
Right, good question. Through Vista Meadows, it is on the south side. That's where the existing right-of-way that's owned by Lethbridge County exists, and which Lethbridge County back in the day went and got an opinion from the lawyer saying, is there any problems with doing development within this right-of-way? And the lawyer's opinion that we got on file was basically no, there's no problems. Not legally. And of course, the mandate to us and the feedback we got from you guys was make sure you go and talk to people, find out what they feel, take their concerns seriously.
So my follow-up to that question is, you said you had not got, in your notes, you had only 4 negative responses. I personally have received far more than that from the residents there and the residents across the road, which is, I'm not sure whether it's on the south side of the ditch there too or the north side, but they're not happy that it's going there. Therefore, I can't support your route choice, and I would not be able to support your request today.
The specifics of the targeted ad were exclusive of the direct stakeholders that we talked to specifically in Vista Meadows. So that was a larger engagement piece, but there was the routing as well.
Sorry, Lauren.
Just to follow up to that, thank you, Mr. Chair. So that may be fine to say that it was to other people, but when the people who you go right through their backyard should have more say than the people who it doesn't go through.
I 100% agree, sir.
So
that's why we did the in-person phase 1 consultation where we sent one of our folks to go and talk directly to those folks, record their feedback, and put it in the report that was then provided to you folks as well.
Eric and then Mark and Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you have in your report that we have a 100% sign off on all adjacent landowners and such. What did you do to mitigate those concerns in Vista Meadows that they'd sign off on it?
Yes, sir. So when I say sign off, we mean from the folks who are providing the right-of-way in order to put the path through. So all of the people whose land we are actually using have signed off on the use of their land for the right-of-way of the pathway. For the folks in Vista Meadows, I have to go back to the phase 1 consultation report. Our recommendations that are in this report speak to the concerns that we heard in Vista Meadows. Some of them things were like, in the initial project concept, we talked about lighting the pathway. The research didn't support the concept that lighting pathways actually reduces crime. It's situationally dependent, but a lot of folks in Vista Meadows say, don't put lighting. If you're going to put it here, don't put lighting. We don't want that messing up our view and our brilliant sky. So we recommended to the engineers, don't put lighting in. One of the other things was the original concept had seen one of the picnic kiosks going in that little drainage pond area directly adjacent to Vista Meadows, and a lot of folks in Vista Meadows were like, we're not thrilled about that. We don't want people coming and stopping here and picnicking next to our home. And so we said, you know what, there's other options for where you guys can put the picnic. Move it someplace else. There was different folks who, there's one gentleman whose situation I'm very, very, sympathetic towards, where his backyard opens directly onto the drainage canal. And there's no visible division between his property and the drainage canal. And the concern for him and others is separation of his private property from the pathway. And the recommendation to the designers of the pathway was, listen, talk to each one of these folks along here and ask them, what do you want? If we're putting this in here, we will offer to put up a fence for you. We'll offer to plant some trees. What is your request that we can accommodate at our expense in order to be good neighbors and to make you feel a bit better about this? And so that recommendation is in there, and I'm personally committed to seeing that through and making sure that that conversation is had with each individual. And it's probably going to be different for each individual landowner. Some people might want a fence, some people might not want a fence, some people might want trees or not. If there is irrigation that has been put out into county right-of-way and irrigation right-of-way, our recommendation was to, at our expense, have somebody come along and professionally move that irrigation back onto the private property. There was concerns about dogs, because a lot of folks out there have their dogs running free and clear, and they like to let them out and not have to worry about it. That's fine. And so our recommendation is to have a fence, even if it's just a short 3-foot chain link fence, both on the drainage side of it and on the side facing towards all of the private properties, so that dogs won't just go chasing onto the pathway, so that the people who live there don't have to worry about my dog going out there and biting somebody on a bike and causing them that kind of a stress. These are fairly low-cost mitigations that can be done by the pathway to be the best neighbor we can.
Back this way. Mark, did you?
Yeah, just a quick question. It can't go to the north side because it's the right-of-way, our right-of-way is on the south. That's the reason for it. There's no possible way cost-wise to push it to the north side. I noticed in some of the letters and the concerns, there was people that were non-committal, but they would prefer, or if it was on the north side, they would have no problem with it. But you answered the other half of my question with all the mitigation, and speaking to them and saying, what can we do to make this, make this a better situation for you? So.
Yeah, 2 responses there. So there's one other thing. The other concern was motorized vehicles, people just ripping down there in their vehicles, right? And the simple engineering solution there is bollards at either end of that stretch of pathway. Making sure that people on bikes can weave their way through, but nobody can whip down there on a vehicle. Removable bollards so that your maintenance crews can still get in there and do what they need to do, and so that the irrigation folks can get through as well. When we looked at whether to route the path on the north or south, and we talked to everybody, and there was people on the north side who were like, we're fine with it as long as it's on the south. And there's people on the south who were like, we're fine with it as long as it's on the north. And so it just came down to some basic logic. Somebody's not going to be happy. And if we go on the north, we have to put in 2 additional bridges, and we already have the legal opinion saying that it can be developed on the south, and the right-of-way exists. And it's going to be mitigations on the north plus 2 bridges. It's going to be mitigations on the south minus 2 bridges. It just had to come down to some basic logical decisions about which way we recommended.
Thanks. Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, hearing you guys again and having slight route changes, and it looks like you guys went over and above what you, to get this done. And I'm really in favor of this, trying to get this back on the road. It should have been done a long time ago. And looking at the rest of the country, I mean, everybody's trying to put bike paths up and everything like that, and it's great. Because I ride one quite often. That was in Kimberley, the Railta Trail, and that's a beautiful 25-kilometer back and forth, and it's great, doing that kind of stuff. And if there were people that contacted councillors or whatever that they were not in favor of that, if they couldn't take the effort to write a letter to the Link Pathway Society, then I think that they don't have to be heard either. Because if you think it's important enough, then you make known to the pathway your concerns. But the other thing is, you're never 100% going to satisfy everybody. And are we going to stop this thing just because we have a couple of people that are against it? I think this goes over and above what we need in the county to have this connection between the city and the big town of Coaldale.
If I may just add, we have had reach outs from folks. I have received emails that have come through, either Henry and been sent on to myself or other members of the Link Pathway Committee. And I've received 2 phone calls from folks in that area as well, talking to me directly about the pathway. None of the content of those emails added anything new to the feedback that we received when we were in person. And it was the same folks that we were talking to as well. So folks have reached out to advocate for them and have emphasized the things that we heard in person. But it was the same folks whose feedback has been captured and presented, and the same concerns. So, thank you.
Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the Vista Meadows subdivision, the only county right-of-way is where the drainage lagoon or the pond is. Is that correct? The rest is all SMRD?
I believe so, yes. Eric, do you know? Yeah.
Is that a yes? No.
Yeah, I can clarify. There's the pond that the county owns, and then there's a strip of land in behind some of the residents that's part of that parcel as well.
Any further questions from council? Claus?
So the ask here, I assume, is the memorandum of understanding?
Yes, sir.
That's the one for today?
Yes, sir.
And so I will move that we sign the memorandum of understanding. And if there's more need to be done or whatever, then is that it? Is that correct? Eh? Okay, then I'll move that.
Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I notice that there's a few people here from Vista Meadows. Okay,
Yep.
thanks.
So what I have before me here is our procedural bylaw, and I'm going to read an excerpt for everyone's benefit. 13.3, no person shall address council or otherwise speak aloud unless they have first obtained the floor from the presiding officer. Any council member may appeal the presiding officer's decision, and the matter shall then be put to a vote with the majority vote prevailing. So, as Lauren has suggested, I know there are some residents present today. I know I've received phone calls and emails on this. So with that, as a presiding officer, I would be willing to open the floor up for that opportunity to speak. I would have a couple caveats on that, of course. I realize that this is a sensitive issue for some. I would ask that obviously we be respectful of each other. I think that's always the goal of this inside this chamber. Something else that I've tried to myself think of is assume positive intent. Going into anything, I think that's always beneficial, and I believe that is the intent of the Link Pathway Society, is to assume that in positive intent, that they would like to do something positive for the community. Having said that, I realize that this could impact people. So with that, I would put it to the group. Is there any opposition to opening the floor up for public input? With that, I would then ask that if there is anyone willing to speak, please introduce yourself, and you have that opportunity now. Yeah.
Yeah, Steve Cresswell, Vista Meadows. One of the concerned property owners in Vista Meadows. In August of 2020, we presented the council with a petition that people signed. Over 70% were not in favor of the Link Pathway going through Vista Meadows. I have spoken to several people in the last 2 weeks. They are still not in favor of it going through Vista Meadows. What they propose, we moved out there, retired out there. We didn't want fences. We didn't want pathways. If we wanted that, we would have moved into the city, right? The proposed route right now, you're going on to 512.
we said, why don't you follow 512 all the way down? You go on to 512 twice to appease other landowners. So why can't you bypass Vista Meadows? That's one of the questions. The link pathway was supposed to follow the irrigation canal, if you want to call it that. It's a spigot overflow, southeast lateral. It's not a flipping canal, in my opinion anyway. It's just a spigot overflow. The point being, the link pathway committee or whoever said they were going to follow the canal. Why don't they follow the main canal? We have concerns in Vista Meadows, not just the property owners that border the ditch, if you want to call it that. Other people that live further in the properties are against it. I've spoken to them, and we just don't want it through Vista Meadows. I've got no problem with the pathway, we just don't want it through Vista Meadows. They can change the route to, like I say, to appease other people. Why can't they do it through Vista Meadows? That's basically it. We are very upset about this. We, at the time when we did some digging, how much SMRID owned, or the right-of-way, we found out that Lethbridge County had acquired our green strips through Gibraltar. We were not told of this. This was done in 2014, and until we found out, we thought we still owned the green strip through Vista Meadows, plus the pond. That's an irrigation pond, actually, and a fire pond. So, there's a lot of gray areas there. Why weren't we told that the county had taken over that land in 2014? Right now, we have an MOU with you guys to maintain all that property that you guys took over. If that link pathway comes through the bottom of my yard, I will not be maintaining that flipping path, that green strip. I have irrigation down there, which we put in to keep it nice and green. If that's got to get ripped up, I want compensation. You can't relocate it back onto my property because I've got irrigation on there as well. So what these guys are saying, don't go. So anyway, that's what I've got to say, Mr. Chairman. We are totally against it coming through Vista Meadows.
Thank you.
Brent Goulash, Vista Meadows resident as well, that whose property? Oh, sorry. Brent Goulash, Vista Meadows resident in the county as well. My property backs directly onto the proposed south alignment on the link pathway. I'll just echo a few things. I just have some notes here. This isn't what I'm going to cover. But I'll echo some of what Steve said here as well. In going through the report, and I didn't have a whole lot of time to go through it, but I see wording in here like finding the least objectionable path throughout the region, mitigating individual concerns to the greatest extent possible, wherever possible, avoid proximity to private residences, go above and beyond to address private residents' concerns, accommodate unique and individual landowner requests. And we haven't seen a whole lot of that. We've heard a lot of talk, and including this in a report isn't quite the same thing as actually addressing them. One of the things that stood out for me, and maybe it's in here again, it was 80 pages, I didn't get to read it all, but is what is the actual plan for accessing the pathway, having access to our fire pond? And that's a big component of the previous MPE engineering report that they did, the pathway did. You know, they indicated that it requires 2 extra bridges to have the pathway on the south side, but it really does not. It really only requires those bridges so that they can have access to that fire pond. If the pathway were to go on the north alignment, there would be no need for bridges there. You could follow the north alignment all the way down. Really, the requirement of the bridges is, you know, just so that they can access the fire pond. Obviously, being an adjacent landowner, I have concerns with all the potential traffic coming through, safety and privacy concerns. I get that this report tries to indicate that there isn't security risks, but yet the report itself kind of contradicts itself. On page 404, it talks about vandalism and specifies that trails that are located near private property should take this increased risk into consideration. Although there is an increased risk of vandalization or vandalism, et cetera, then they try to mitigate that risk. Unfortunately, trails...
I'm just gonna, if I could, we did have an 11:30. If you could get where you need to go and get to the point, it would be greatly appreciated. I know, you know, we've been criticized for not being open on this, but I think we've, throughout the process, fully identifying the fact that, you know, the county is being asked to approve something. We didn't do the planning on this. We haven't, you know, our staff worked with them, the pathway committee on this. You know, this essentially isn't our baby, but obviously we do play a huge role in that. And I want to reemphasize the fact that, you know, we've heard your concerns loud and clear. If you could, you know.
Sure.
Thank you.
I guess the crux of it is we haven't had very much communication, so we might not have all the answers in Vista Meadows, but for me in particular, and many of the people that I speak to out there, what has been done to assess the feasibility of bypassing Vista Meadows? Obviously, there's the north side with the 512. There's the 512. There's the Range Road coming down, and you could bypass Vista Meadows on the south side as well. And to our knowledge, nothing has been done to assess the feasibility of those things. We see on one of the pages in this report that there's a significant deviation to the pathway to accommodate other residents to not go through their areas over in Howe Road. And, you know, again, we wonder why it doesn't seem like the same courtesies are being extended to us. And we'd love to have it at least explored that it could bypass us. They already touched 512 twice, as Steve mentioned. I would ask council to consider, as the landowners that would be approving this, I would ask council to at least demand that so that we can look at, or you can look at alternatives, because there is lots of people in Vista Meadows that are quite concerned about this.
Thank you. Please.
Just a point of clarification for the new members of council. The land where the pond and the irrigation, that we had ownership of it, was discovered through the pathway process and looking at the pathway. And once we did, we worked with the homeowners association on the MOU. And the county before that time was unaware, so there was not any intent to, you know, buffalo anybody's, for lack of a better word, but we did work with, as soon as we identified that the county did own that land, and it did come to light through this process, so.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Peter, would you like any closing remarks?
I think the only thing really which requires comment, particularly since there's new councils available here, is that the routing of the pathway has been worked on for many years, a long time before I ever came along. And it was quickly identified. In the route report, you can see some of our decision-making matrix that's available there. It was quickly figured out, number one, we can't use the Highway 12 right-of-way. Alberta Transportation would never approve that in such a high-use road. The points at which it actually goes up to 512 along the route, it's still within private property or institutional property. It doesn't go within the right-of-way of 512. And it's just an impossibility to go within that right-of-way for the length of the pathway. The only way that seemed feasible and that dealt with the fewest number of stakeholders was to use institutional access as far as we could, which meant the SMRID right-of-ways, which run laterally east to west and gets you almost all the way there. And we only had to deal with a few private landowners to secure easements from them along the entire route, as you've seen, and then dealt with Alberta Infrastructure and the Federal Research Station lands in order to get the rest. There's other ways that could have gone, but they were much less likely to succeed. Every other single route that didn't use an SRMID right-of-way would have involved dealing with many more private landowners and trying to actually find ways to satisfy them so that we could get easements on their land or have the bike path go right across the entrances, that sort of thing. It's over the years, those of you who've been on council for a while have likely seen many different possible maps of the route. And this one is the first time that we've managed to link up the entire route in a way that impacts the least number of private citizens and their properties.
Thank you, Peter. So there is a motion that has been made. Klaus?
I would like to amend my motion a little bit, that we have the wording properly. So I'll move that we approve the revisions of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Corfin Link Pathway Committee and the SMRD and the Lethbridge County as submitted to Council.
Thank you, Klaus. Any further discussion? Clause is moved to approve the revisions to the Memorandum of Understanding between the Corfin Link Pathway Committee, the SMRD, and Lethbridge County as submitted to Council. If there's no further discussion, I will call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is defeated. Thank you. And we do have a closed session for 11:30 delegation. So with that, I'd ask for a motion to move into a closed session. John? John has moved to enter into a closed session for an 11:30 a.m. delegation, development discussion, FOIP Section 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body. Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
this is all, proprietary, so.
Yep.
no
And
conversation
also
about it.
with that, lunch is arrived, so why don't we recess the meeting at 12:04? How much time is there for lunch? Come back at 12:35? Thank you. Back to order at 12:36, and we will move in our agenda to item H2, infrastructure, H2.1, Range Road 22-5 gravel conversion. And we have our infrastructure manager, Devin Teely, here. Devin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Range Road 22-5, I'll just point it out on the map right here. This is the road that comes off of the Kip Road and leads to the CP Rail Marshalling Yards. We passed by it on the council road tour and I briefly pointed it out. This road is an old cold mix road. It is well beyond its life cycle and requires significant maintenance to upkeep. It's severely cracked, deformed with several large potholes forming, and operations has received several complaints regarding the condition of that road, and from what I understand, mainly from CP Rail staff. Based on the current condition of Range Road 22-5 and the volume of complaints received, operations would like to revert this road back to a gravel road. Operations has completed a portion of this work already to mitigate some severe potholes that were out there. We would like to do this in phases where we would pulverize the remainder of the road. When I wrote this report, the weather was a lot nicer, so I don't know if that'll be done this year, but the intent is to pulverize the existing road and then recondition the roadway like operations usually does, mixing in that pulverized asphalt into the base and completing the conversion to a gravel road standard. Dust control would be placed in front and adjacent to residents upon construction completion to reduce the dust. And once converted, this road would likely be treated as a Priority 1 or Priority 2 roadway and will receive maintenance according to the approved level of service document. The recommendation before you today is that council approve the conversion of Range Road 22-5 from Township Road 9-4 to the CP Rail Yard entrance from an asphalt surface to a gravel surface. I'll put it back to council to debate.
Thank you, Devin. Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, does that road, that only connects for the rail yards, or does it go through to, hits another road that you can use for a shortcut or something there?
That's correct. It is not a dead-end road, but the asphalt surface ends at the CP Rail entrance. So that's the portion of road that is red right here on the map.
Okay.
That's the portion that I'm talking about today. But it does continue, you're right, to the north, and it is a gravel road to the north.
Lauren? Go ahead, Morris.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the last discussion, we brought forward to see if we should be talking to CP and see what their thoughts are. Has that been done?
It hasn't yet, no. Unless, well,
So
I shouldn't say that because operations has spoken to CP, mainly regarding complaints. I'm not sure if other details we'll discuss. I'll maybe defer to Jeremy for that one because I think his department received those calls.
Yeah, there was nothing further discussed except for just the safety of the roadway for the drivers, because from its existing state that was there, that came from CP Corporate.
Well, I thought that it would have been a good idea to talk to CP because that's basically a main entrance road for their facilities down there, and they might be interested in some sort of a joint program or maybe all together themselves.
And it's something we can still approach CP about. If we revert this road to gravel, it won't cost any more to bring it to a proper asphalt standard. Doing this work will simply provide a smoother surface on that road. It should mitigate some complaints, and then if council wishes us to pursue speaking with CP Rail in the future and coming up with some sort of cost-sharing agreement to upgrade that road, we can still do that.
If I may, Mr. Chairman. I think it's maybe in my eyes, it's a very important connection for CP, and I think we should have that discussion right away. Even if you have to, let's say, return it to gravel and that'll be the baseline to do it, but I mean, at least to be in touch. It sounds like to me, you guys haven't been in touch with them. And I think that they're a main operator of that road.
That's correct, yes. And yeah, I haven't personally been in touch with them. But like you say, we could do this conversion and talk to them right away and see if they'd be willing to partner with the county to upgrade that road.
Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what is the use of the road? Like, do they haul freight in and out? Is it a heavily used road, or is it just?
I believe it's mainly employees that work at the CP site itself, so a lot of passenger vehicles. Sorry, I should have brought the traffic counts. I don't have those with me. But yeah, it's a lot of light vehicles from what I understand.
They don't unload containers off the?
Not that I'm aware of,
Oh, okay.
no.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look at taking a paved road and turning it back to gravel as a step backwards. I think that, you know, for the good of our ratepayers, and maybe that's a question, like, is CP a ratepayer? Do they pay taxes on that? So I would imagine it'd be a fairly significant amount of taxes. But, you know, anytime we look at that, we're basically now saying, well, let's convert it back to gravel. And the reason we're converting back to gravel is because, quite frankly, we haven't done a very good job in maintaining it over the last 20 years because it just, you know, if we had, we probably wouldn't be in this situation, or the road's at the end of its life cycle and needs to be repaved. I think that you know, if we start looking at past budgets and reserves, and as Reeve Campbell had stated before, you know, we have to start looking at you know, the reserves are money set aside for future. The money should have been set aside or should be there to keep this road maintained at a good level and paved. Those, frankly, are just my thoughts on the program.
So I've got Ann, Claus, and Mark. Ann, do you want to go?
And just for Councillor Kurbis's background, in case this discussion has been going on, I believe, for about 3 or 4 years. So we were looking at a policy to deal with these hard surface pavement roads, I'd call them. And it wasn't really a lack of our maintaining it. It was more the overwhelming amount of failing infrastructure that we do have under our umbrella that we're trying to deal with. But instead of having a blanket policy, because there's about 6 or 7 roads that are in this condition, what the intent was, and we did talk to, it might have been the previous council or it might have been this one. It's all running together. However, we did decide to do case studies on each road. So this is the first one of the case studies, because what we found when we were doing our initial conversations internally about it is each road had different parameters or conditions or things that affected it, school, residents, etc., artillery roads. So we wanted to make sure that council could look at these on an individual basis rather than a blanket policy.
Do you want to follow up on that, Jeremy?
Yeah, I just want to add something to that infrastructure portion there, because lots of times you need to distinguish, as much as it might be, it looks like pavement, these are oiled roads. So the typical treatment for an oiled road surface was basically you took gravel, you added oil to it, you packed it, and basically it relatively stiffened up and hardened up, but there was no base structure underneath that versus a conventional paved road that we've done for capital infrastructure upgrades, where we've actually got a layer of gravel and then that's sealed by asphalt. This is cold mix. So cold mix does not have the concrete additive that regular pavement does, so it has a limited lifespan. So I mean, it only lasts for, it depends. The oil they used to use when they did these years ago, you're seeing anywhere from a 10 to 20 year lifespan on it. Before that surface essentially begins to alligator and it just breaks apart completely. Like in the instance of this one, there's only about 1 inch of material left through a lot of that surface. And 1 inch of material is just providing a surfacing treatment. It's not providing any base structure, it's not providing anything like that. So they are going to expire over time. So it's not necessarily a question of like for pavement overlays and stuff like that, that's preserving our infrastructure. But that's an actual GBC based with an asphalt overlay, and then we're basically preserving that surface by doing treatments and whatnot. With oiled roadways, once they hit a certain lifespan, they just start to fall apart, and there's not a lot you can do outside of literally ripping out that whole surface and relaying something on top.
Claus and then Mark, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think that we're looking at the usage of the road. It's too bad you don't have the counts, but the usage of the road and the purpose, why is that an oiled road, the way Jeremy explained that? So, and I think, that, like we said, we're gonna look at these ones, everyone individually, and see if it's necessary to have it. And I think we came to the conclusion here with this one here, that it's only light traffic that comes on there. So why would we spend all that extra money on there? And I think because economic-wise, I think we gotta look at it too. And I really think it's a great idea that we're looking at them individually and making our decision on that one.
I was just gonna, I apologize, I looked further in the report, and there's 283 vehicles per day was the last count this year. 283 vehicles per day on that road. And in our engineering guidelines, we have a threshold, basically this certain amount of vehicles, and it should warrant pavement, and that threshold is 450 vehicles per day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, just after listening to Councillor Curbis's comment, I didn't perceive this to be a maintenance issue or, you know, a negligence term. It was at the end of its life. The piece that may be confusing is that it's referred to as an asphalt service, but it's a cold mix, you say? So that's maybe, but my interpretation was that it's an old road. We had that conversation on the tour. We saw it physically, so it all makes sense. So converting to gravel would address the issues of safety for the drivers going through there. So, and as Morris had stated, you know, potentially if there's an interest to do an upgrade on the road, have a chat with CP. But at this point, I think just converting it back to gravel would solve the issue, the safety issue that they're addressing. So I support this recommendation.
Thanks, Mark. Any further comments, questions? Morris?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, like we had that discussion here a little while ago down there, you know, how to attract new businesses to the county. And I think if we do something like this, new businesses may be gonna find out about it down there, you know, hey, there is a good access road down on there. However, the way the thoughts of the county are, you know, they might turn it into a dirt road. Why should we come to the county? No, I am strongly in belief down there, we had that type of a road down there, and I think at least we should have that type of a road back down there. If it's gotta be re-oiled or whatever down there, and I would prefer to see pavement. I think it's gonna do the county a lot of good, and that shows that, hey, we're there to attract business and keep the businesses in the county. And when CP, when they moved out of Lethbridge down on here, because of Lethbridge, they needed that corridor for their main highway down there, they chose to go to the county, and all I can say is, you know, they had a good corridor down there when they were in the city of Lethbridge, and here we stepping back from that. Absolutely not. We should maintain it and maybe improve it.
Thank you, Morris. Warren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I noticed you have two different costs of price in there, gravel and pavement. Would the cement-based stabilization be an option for this road? Would it be, obviously it's more than gravel, but it'd be less than pavement. Would it be adequate for a road like this?
I would think so. One thing with the cement stabilization, as you know, we did that a few years ago on Iron Springs Road, and you know, I want to give it a bit of time to see how it performed, to see if we want to proceed in that fashion in the future. But that's definitely an option for this road. Yeah.
I was on a road tour with the director of operations, and we went down both those roads, Iron Springs and Lethbridge, and it is holding up very well, in my opinion.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would have to reiterate what Morris has said. You know, if we want to portray and put out a welcome mat to new businesses, I can't see taking an existing hard surface road that is at the end of its life cycle and just pushing it back to gravel. It just does not sit well with me at all.
Thank you, John. Devin, I just want to clarify, because I hear what John and Morris are saying. But before we do anything, it has to be reverted back to gravel regardless. Is that a fair statement?
If let's say
Like,
we were-
sorry, man, maybe I'll just stop you there. If the appetite were to go to a hard surface, we're not just going on top of this with a hard surface. That is not an option. This is.
It's a complete rebuild, yeah. Of that road to have an asphalt surface. If you want a brand new asphalt surface, that road would need to be rebuilt, basically, yeah. You can't just go over top of what's existing.
So then, I guess, in theory then, if what's before us, the recommended motion would be to return this back to a gravel surface. There could be a caveat added to that this becomes part of a, discussion at budget time or in future budget sessions to then upgrade that surface if there were an appetite, I suppose. But from what my understanding of it is that this isn't getting brought back to its original state without being somehow reverted to gravel for a period of time or something to that effect. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's, like I said before, we can't just do an overlay on top of it. The whole thing needs to be rebuilt. So if operations were to revert it to a gravel road tomorrow, it's not gonna cost any more to pave it, to rebuild that base up. It actually might be cheaper because they're redefining the shoulders and shaping it, so it might be a little bit less expensive.
Thank you. Klaus, and then Ann?
So with that information, and I think it's a nice clarification that if we revert it back to gravel, we could still later on make a decision in budget time, whatever, like the Reeve was saying. So then I will recommend that council approves the conversion of Range Road 22-5 from Township Road 9-4 to the CP rail yard entrance from an asphalt surface to a gravel surface.
Thank you, Klaus. Ann, did you still have something?
I just want to make sure that the option, when we come to the budget, for the soil cements in there as well. Right? When we bring this back, we should have that option
Yep,
in there.
absolutely.
And the other business cases should have that option in there as well.
Sure.
Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not sure if it needs to be included in the motion, but I would like that discussion to be, to happen before we discuss this again, if there's an appetite from CP to be involved. And yes, the cement stabilized, that could also be a happy medium. Not sure, I guess I'd look for input on this to solidify that. Should it be in the motion, or can we leave it out and assume it'll be dealt with?
You can consider that direction to staff, and we will deal with it.
Thank you.
As well as what Morris raised as well with the contacting of CP as well?
Yeah.
Okay,
I meant both, sorry.
thank you. Morris, did you have something you wanted to add?
Well, no, not really. The only thing is, with the motion, I think does the motion give the directions on there to turn it to gravel and then look later on for the other options, what's in place maybe?
No, so I'll amend my motion to that one.
Yeah.
It's a friendly amendment, so that we look into it further and contact CP and also have the opportunity of later on making the road in a different state than it is after the
So
ground.
have this discussion during our
Yeah.
budget?
Yeah.
Okay. Good, Candace? Any further discussion? So Claus has moved the recommendation to approve the conversion of Range Road 22-5 from Township Road 9-4 to the CP rail yard entrance from an asphalt surface to a gravel surface, and to direct administration to reach out to CP rail as well as bring this road forward as a discussion item during budget deliberations. Does that capture it?
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Sean? Yeah,
Thank you.
It's too quick for you. Thank you, Devin.
Thank you.
Thanks, Devin.
And then we can move down to administration, H4, planning fundraiser, Edmonton Convention Center, November 17th, 2022. And we have our communications coordinator, Maddie Watson. Maddie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Council. So council has received an invitation for the 2022 Celebration of Planning fundraiser at the University of Alberta, hosted by the School of Urban and Regional Planning. The event will be held on November 17th at the Edmonton Convention Centre. Tickets are $125 per person, and organizations may also sponsor the event, with sponsorships ranging from $500 to $2,500. Just some background information. The Celebration of Planning fundraiser will bring together attendees from industry, government, and academia, including current University of Alberta students. The evening includes food and beverages, as well as talks from community builders and networking opportunities. Doors open at 5:30, and the evening wraps up around 8:30. The financial impact, should council choose to attend, tickets at $125 each, mileage 58 cents per kilometers, and per diem, as well as a sponsorship level if council so chooses. Took a look back over the last few years, and it does not appear that council has attended or sponsored this event in the past. And administration's recommendation is that council determine if a member may be authorized to attend the event, and or if the county should provide sponsorship.
Thank you, Maddie. Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a question for you. So this is the first time that we got an invitation to this event, by the looks of it, and do we have the invitation now? We never had it before. I don't know if you can answer that, but yeah.
Mr. Chairman, through to Councillor Vanderveen, I looked back over the last couple of years and I couldn't find that council had attended this event. I'm not sure why we received one this year as opposed to not receiving them in other years, but yes.
So in the attachments, there is the invitation, and then as Maddie suggested, there is sponsorship levels if that was something that you wanted to entertain. Anything further from council? Morris, and then Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. To attend, what kind of recognition would we get as a county from that, and what is really for us? What are we getting out of it?
Mr. Chairman, through to Councillor Zeenstra, do you mean if there was like a sponsorship provided by the county, what the recognition would be? Let me just take a look here. Yeah, so depending on the sponsorship level, it kind of depends on like what the recognition would be. So like for the gold sponsor, it'd be verbal recognition at the event. Or the gold, and then the bronze, you just get your logo on signage and stuff like that. So just depending on the level, depends what kind of recognition the county would receive.
Eric, and then John. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't see enough benefit attached to a cost on having a person, multiple people go up there on the chance that we might be able to, I don't know, attract employees, future employees or so off of an event like this. If we're actively looking at that, we could well advertise for that amount of money, and I would think we can attract what we're looking for in better ways.
Thanks, Eric. John and Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just looking at the calendar, we have a council meeting on that date, so that would be a potential conflict.
Clay? So the invitation is before us. As I think Larry pointed out, pertaining to motions, if not making a motion achieves the same thing as making a motion, we could just, move on from this item. You could make a motion that you didn't want to attend, you did want to attend. Multiple ways we could handle this. I think I'm getting a sense that there isn't a great appetite to attend, so I would open it up to your discretion. Mark?
I just recommend that we just move on to the next agenda item. Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Maddie.
Thank you, Council. Thanks, Maddie.
And we have one more item in our open session, and that's H4.2, Declaration of Sufficiency of Petition, and this is Anne, I believe.
We have received a petition from the residents of the Valley View subdivision. And Hillary, can you explain where that is?
Sure, I can bring it up for you, Anne.
Yes, perfect, thank you. And this isn't a discussion point, I just have to bring this forward to council to say that the petition met all the requirements and we're inside the 45 days as outlined in the Municipal Government Act. A report will be coming forward to council on their request to have the road paved and the level of service and that type of thing in the near future. But
This is
just
procedural.
Procedurally, I'm just letting you know that they've met the requirements, the petition has been received. Thank you, Hillary. You know I don't know how to operate that thing. Thank you.
That's okay, I know where every subdivision is too, so
Okay.
it's just right here.
Okay.
That's Paradise
Sorry,
Canyons across the
I'll-
river.
I'll zoom out just a bit, so, just for context, the Lethbridge Airport is, so this is Highway 5,
Yeah.
Lethbridge Airport and Valley View subdivision is, kind of just close to the river valley.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Claus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, we're looking at that one, with the cities, looks like they're planning on maybe, I don't know, another bridge. Would this be in conflict with doing that? So we should probably
No.
look into that.
Let the manager of infrastructure speak. You gonna come up?
Do you want to, Lauren, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, this is not part of the area that the city intends to put in their new annexation proposal?
Possibly.
Thank you.
Just going,
Go ahead, Eric.
We're just
Accepting, yes.
that there's a
Yeah.
petition coming.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
all the rest is.
Yeah, all the
Yep.
rest will be discussed at a later date. Not that I'm trying to nip anything in the bud, but.
and just to be clear, the petition is from this intersection all the way into the subdivision.
Okay. Okay, awesome. So there's no, you don't need any direction
No,
at this
I
point?
just
Just
have
need
to sign this and get it
Okay.
filed, thank you.
Okay, so that concludes the public part of our meeting today. I just wanted to, I know when we come out after a closed session, it's sometimes can end abruptly, so I just had a couple things I wanted to say. Thank you very much. We covered a lot of ground today. We had a number of delegations. It was a jam-packed morning, so thank you, everyone. I want to just reiterate again my apologies for not holding us on time. Got away from me there. I apologize. Thank you for the public's participation today. Always appreciative when we have a public hearing and it's well attended, and to the residents that came out and regarding the link pathway. And on that link pathway note, I just wanted to, I thought it was important that just for clarification's sake, this has been a topic that's been before council on multiple occasions, and it will be before council again ultimately. The motion that was defeated today spoke to accepting the updated terms of the Memorandum of Understanding. While this was ultimately defeated, that doesn't change anything that council had granted in the past with our previous approval of the first phase to be completed. And obviously the county council and the county has offered support in the past, both financially and through the granting of that first phase. What simply happened today is there was a request to have the memorandum of understanding signed as updated, and that was not granted today. So just wanted to be clear on that, because this is something that I'm sure we've all heard a lot of on both sides of things to this point. Claus?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with that, we rejected what was brought forward to us. Would it be prudent for us to say, if you do this or that you will have a chance of making it go forward?
I believe that administration will be in contact with the link pathway and have those type of discussions about what potential, moving forward, what that potentially might look like and what could be before council in the future.
They've already reached out, so yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. With that, we do have 3 closed session items before us. FOIP Section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations, fire services provision, Economic development interest discussion, FOIP 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body. And number 4, the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, board appointments, FOIP section 19, confidential evaluations.
Can I just shake up the order a little bit, just so we can relieve Hillary?
You may.
If she can go first?
Yep,
Number
most
4?
definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, I would ask for a motion to enter a closed session. Lauren? Thank you, Lauren. Lauren has moved to enter a closed session. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that the county council authorize $3,200,000 from the Commercial Industrial Land Reserve regarding Northern Company file number 111625.170.
Thank you, John. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Moving down, item 4, the Chinook Intermunicipal Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, board appointments for the 2022-2025 term. And we did have a recommendation in our agenda packages. Someone willing to make that motion?
I'd like to recluse myself.
Okay. Eric is going to leave us for the moment as there is a potential conflict of interest. Okay, so then Claus has moved that
We
reappoint Mr. Kim Jensen and Mr. Everett Van Essen for another 3-year term, November 3rd, 2022 to November 3rd, 2025 on the Chinook Intermunicipal Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. If neither Mr. Jensen or Mr. Van Essen do not accept the reappointment, county administration would advertise the position and bring back the list of applicants to county council by December 15th, 2022. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I believe that brings us to the end of our agenda. Morris has moved adjournment at 1:55. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff. Thank you, council.